Hello, hello, and welcome to another DCN event. I'm here with Alex, that he's going to speak in Spanish that I don't understand, but we will find out. Of course, this is the first day, and we want each one of you to be here and speak and ask for the word and take the mic, and we will do a lot of fun stuff for the next 3 days. So Alex, introduce yourself. And
I'm Alex.
Oh, yeah. This is very similar. This is very similar with my AI.
Yeah.
When I say, okay, now introduce yourself, says, oh, okay, I'm just ChatGPT.
Actually, I'm an avatar. Right?
Oh. Hi.
Listen, I'll do it in English just for the introduction, because otherwise you need to put the headphone on and off. So I'll do it in English, but then when I start the lecture, I do it in Spanish, okay? I hope you can understand. Also, my Spanish is not I'm Brazilian, so my first language is Portuguese. So, but I can speak Spanish, so I will do it in Spanish. So, my name is Alexandra Levoitis Sayad. I'm a proud member of the international team of DCN, who is everybody here. Round of applause for them. Large Ana, Diana, Joanna, Mariana. And I work with UNESCO in the field of media literacy for UNESCO Paris and UNESCO Uruguay. And also I had a master in AI and ethics. I'm doing my PhD in Barcelona, in Spain, in AI education and governance. So I'm very excited to this topic in particular. DCN, I think you must understand, Franak, which is our vice president, and Mariana will come here soon to explain more, talk more about DCN. But the first thing I like to say, Dimitris, when I think about DCN is that DCN is a platform for everyone to develop a better world. To develop a better world in the sense of economic, politics, ethics, environment, education, social. I think you all must understand. Master.
This is a promo for your book.
So you must see as an octopus.
Yep.
Yes, DCN is an octopus.
With 16 legs.
Yeah, with 32 legs. But you can attach to any leg and do what is better with your project and work together. So we're very proud to be in Argentina. I love Argentina, and I will give the word to Dimitris to introduce himself.
Hello everyone. I'm Dimitris Dimitriadis. I'm a futurist. I teach data analytics and AI at the University of York in UK. I'm a member of the Special Secretary of Strategic Foresight in the Greek government, and of course a proud member of DCN Global. And together we will be for the next 2 days and a half.
Exactly.
You will see me in 2 days and you will say, okay, not any other Dimitris again. Okay, so I promise to you, we're gonna dance, we're gonna do a lot of things. One thing that I want you to do in order to start fresh is to stand up. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Great, stand up. And I want you to turn this side. Turn this side, turn this side. Super. And I want you to put the hands on the shoulders of your, yeah, great, and start a bit of massage.
You said
like that, like that. Super, super. Fresh, start, and then we are going around. We're going around. Now go around, 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 around.
Pay attention. Las manos.
Super, super. Tomorrow we're gonna do it with music also, but it's my first time. Okay, now a huge round of applause for you that you are here.
Listen, one thing that we forgot to say, we are going to be both your moderators during the next 2 days, so please, accept us.
Accept us, exactly. And now, with no further ado, let's welcome on stage Mariana and Frana.
And Frana, Vice President of Communication this year.
Hola. As my colleagues say, I'm Mariana. I'm the Communications Director of DCN Global. I'm coming from Greece, and I'm super excited to to be here with all of you, to have a room of almost 200 people coming from almost all the countries of the Americas, of the United States, and literally from all over the world, top AI experts and AI enthusiasts from all over the world. Yeah, it's super exciting. I would like to ask you to raise your hand if it's your first DCN event. Ooh, I knew it. I knew it. So welcome to this crazy and amazing community. I would like to share a few things about who we are and what we do. Digital Communication Network Global, as it's the full name, is a thriving community of over 20,000 digital professionals coming from a variety of backgrounds and industries. This network spans the globe with thriving communities in the Americas, in Europe, in East Asia and the Pacific, and in Africa. And this global reach, the fact that we are almost everywhere, gives us the opportunity to share ideas, to build connections, and to create opportunities that go beyond borders. This year, we celebrate our 10-year anniversary, our birthday. And in 2015, DCN was built on the vision of fostering a world where the freedom of expression thrives, where all the people are empowered by understanding the transformational digital technologies, and where the global collaboration drives this meaningful progress. And our mission is simple but strong. We try to convert all the digital environments into spaces that everyone can learn, connect, and grow. We think that this is important not only for the professional development of our members, but also for tackling societal challenges brought by digital transformation. And that's why we are happy. We try to provide, to organize forums like this one. We also provide virtual trainings, we conduct research, and we have also our own media channels. Before I close, I would like to thank our colleagues from World Learning, the team, who helped us implementing this amazing event with all the logistics, every single small detail. And of course the US State Department's Bureau of Educational and Cultural Affairs for helping us implement this event also. Last but not least, I would like to thank all of you who came here today and for these 3 days, because your perspective and your insights will make this event really valuable. I'm from Greece, I talk a lot. I will stop now. I will pass the floor to my amazing colleague and Vice President of DCN Global, Mr. Franak Viachorka.
Thank you, Mariana. Thank you so much, Buenos Aires. Welcome to Argentina, to Buenos Aires. We are so happy to have all of you here. Just to add, we are so proud to have such big DCN family here. We hope to collaborate you in the future. This forum is just the beginning, so please, let's find out during this time, during these days, where and what we can do together afterwards. Projects, campaigns, joint events. If you want to organize yourself something under DCN umbrella, please think right now and we will help to do this. Always remember that technology is a good thing, but sometimes bad guys also using technology, so we have always to remember that this is an AI included. It's like dual use technology. Our goal here is to make sure that technology and AI is serving for good, for a better world, for more freedom, for more prosperity for our societies. Myself, I am from Belarus, from Eastern European country which lives under dictatorship for 3 decades, and technology is a tool. It's our tool to gain freedom for my nation, for my people, and I think it's very relevant to Latin America as well. And always, when we speak about technology, remember that technology is senseless without people. Without people who are ready to use them for good, who are ready to fight for their values and for their principles. So people, community, this is what DCN is about. Please be part of our community. Thank you so much.
Entonces ahora vamos al español, ¿está bien? Si no comprende algo...
Wait. I need to put my headphones.
Ok, aquellos que hablan en inglés, que prefieren escuchar en inglés, solamente usan la traducción, la interpretación, ¿no? Miren, siendo el primer, es muy difícil ser el primer, pero intentaré hacer el mejor, porque sobre todo hay muchos de, casi todos ustedes, como 80% de ustedes, ya trabajan con inteligencia artificial. Ya saben, ya utilizan en su día a día, en su cotidiano, pero yo pensé, ¿qué puedo presentar yo que sea algo nuevo o algo interesante al menos para personas que ya son tan expertas en el tema? No es difícil. Yo pensé que podría tal vez traer una mirada de una ventana de un avión, porque muchas veces miramos la inteligencia artificial sobre el punto de vista de nuestro trabajo, ¿sí? De nuestra investigación, de nuestra acción, pero muchas veces lo que gustaría de pensar esto que me llevó de cierta manera a hacer una maestría en 2020, cuando no había inteligencia artificial generativa, pero había otras familias de inteligencia artificial, me llevó a la universidad para estudiar, porque pensé, ¿cómo la inteligencia artificial puede tener una mirada sistémica en la sociedad? ¿Cuál es el objetivo sistémico? Y mira, si tú lees el programa de este foro, hay profesionales de muchas áreas acá. Sí, salud, educación, emprendedores, fintechs, también política, que trabajo con política e inteligencia artificial, también hay muchos acá. Entonces, lo que me estimuló a estudiar el tema de inteligencia artificial y la ética, sí fue esta mirada general. Entonces, yo pensé, ¿por qué la IA debería ser un tema para todos? Yo vengo del periodismo, entonces el punto de partida de mi investigación, de mi mirada sobre la inteligencia artificial, sí fue la comunicación. ¿Sí? Esto no es una propaganda de mi libro, como dice Dimitris, pero es la capa de mi libro, la primera capa, que es una pintura de Edward Hopper, la pintura americana, porque cuando yo miré este libro, que es fruto de una investigación de maestría que yo he hecho, yo miré este señor acá, que es un trabajador de una ciudad americana de los años de 1940, donde la industrialización caminaba muy rápidamente, y un señor que se ve pensativo, ¿no? Tal vez preocupado, tal vez pensando, ¿qué la industria va a hacer con mi pequeña ciudad, con mi trabajo? Y yo pensé que este señor, de cierta manera, es un reflejo de nosotros hoy, cuando pensamos en la inteligencia artificial, porque de cierta manera se cambiará el todo, ¿no? Entonces, este es algo que voy a decir muy rápido, para que podamos como calentar nuestras emociones para los próximos días, ¿no? Entonces ya hablé un poco. Acá son algunos programas de televisión que yo presento en Brasil, si te quieren seguir. Trabajo mucho internacionalmente también. El Zeitgeist, el nombre de mi organización, que yo trabajo en Brasil, que es un nombre alemán que significa espíritu del tiempo. Este Geist, el mismo de Poltergeist, pero no se asusten, porque el Poltergeist es el espíritu del diablo, ¿no? El Zeitgeist es el espíritu del tiempo, que la mi concepción es la contemporaneidad, y pienso que la inteligencia artificial es un tema de la contemporaneidad muy importante, ¿no? Y entonces me gustaría traer acá solamente algunos puntos para pensarnos en conjunto, no hoy, pero para los próximos 2 días, para que nos vamos a hablar con todos acá. Hay estudiantes acá, una turma de estudiantes de la generación Z que va a estar produciendo material, haciendo un foro que muchas veces se queda en paralelo, otras veces se va junto con el foro principal también, todos juntos. Entonces, primero, una provocación que yo aprendí en mi maestría, y pienso que eso puede ser una buena colaboración, es, ¿hemos sido alguna vez modernos? Esa es una pregunta de un pensador francés que yo voy a traer acá, ¿sí? Que pensamos la inteligencia artificial como una tecnología de propósito, de objetivo general. En este cuando digo que las influencias están en todos. Y cuando lo digo que, porque debería ser una preocupación de todos, es que al mismo aquellos que no trabajan con la inteligencia artificial deben saber conocerla. Deben saber conocer sus impactos éticos. Y esto lleva a un tema que vamos a discutir los próximos días, que es justamente una educación algorítmica para los algoritmos, ¿sí? Que se involucren los impactos éticos del algoritmo para toda la sociedad, los niños, los jóvenes, los viejos, los adultos, todos los públicos posibles, los que están en instituciones de ensino, los que no están también, ¿no? Después vamos a pensar en los impactos de IA, claro. Cuando pensamos en IA, podemos pensar primero los impactos políticos, sí, económicos, el empleo, el primer que viene a nuestra cabeza, ¿no? Pero yo quería pensar en la arte y la creatividad. Carlos está acá, vamos a hablar de esto en la sesión. En la educación, en la salud, los impactos éticos y sociales que de alguna manera se involucran con todos, y también los ambientales. Y por fin vamos a hablar un poco de inteligencia artificial y pensamiento crítico, que es el tema de este libro. Este libro que dice que tiene este nombre está gratis, gratuito en internet, basta descargar, se fue publicado en español de la Uniminuto de Bogotá, de la Universidad de Colombia, que Tomás Durán está acá, que es el director de investigación de Uniminuto. Como vengo de la comunicación, debo decir que el cambio de la comunicación es de esta mirada de comunicación de masa, que aunque existe en Latinoamérica, es muy importante hasta hoy. Mira, televisión y radio son fuertes. No podemos simplemente olvidarlos en Latinoamérica. Pero, mira, estos tipos de tecnología ya eran tecnologías que nos provocaban algo, ¿no? Esta es una arte de un artista brasileño llamado Otávio Donassi, que creó los personajes, las personas televisión, que eran como personas que nuestra vida se intercambiaba de las telenovelas con la vida cotidiana, ¿no? Entonces creó esta arte como algo que, mira, hay impactos éticos de los medios, como moderaciones, como mediaciones, perdón, de nosotros humanos con el mundo y nuestra voz. Los medios de masa se fue así, se empezó con el radio, ¿no? Pero hoy vivimos así, ¿no? Y lo que es lo más significativo de una imagen de una red para mí es que los puntos de la red que conectan a las personas hoy son algoritmos la mayoría de las veces. Los puntos no son simplemente mediaciones pasivas, como si fueran las pantallas. Hay una mediación técnica, mediación tecnológica, pero una mediación que tiene características específicas, porque hace una interacción más híbrida, humano/máquina, ¿no? Entonces hoy, lo sabe la internet, es 80% bots. 80% de la internet que un día se fue una utopía de comunicación son algoritmos. Más una vez, ¿por qué la inteligencia artificial debería ser un tema para todos? Debería, no debe, debería, ¿no? No es aquí. Y la inteligencia artificial también nos provoca con la arte. No sé si conocen a Adam Harvey, que es estadounidense, pero vive en Berlín. Pero él creó este make-up, esta maquillaje, para que nos seamos reconocidos por sistemas de cámaras de vigilancia. Y ha hecho su trabajo de maestría en la New York University, la Universidad de Nueva York. Creó como una arte que protesta cómo los impactos éticos de IA se pueden quedar en el día a día. Entonces, mira, creó un maquillaje para los estudiantes de Hong Kong. En 2012, 2013, cuando hubo la tentativa de China de tomar Hong Kong, y tomó de facto, los estudiantes se habían arrestados después de los protestos, porque no saben que las ciudades chinesas e incluso la provincia de Hong Kong tienen muchas cámaras de vigilancia. Son las ciudades que más tienen cámara de vigilancia en todo el mundo, pero hay Londres también en medio, pero las chinesas se prevalecen. Entonces las personas llegan arrestadas porque tienen sus rostros grabados, datos reconocidos. Entonces creó una maquillaje que también es la respuesta ética para el IA que está en todo lugar, ¿no? Hay muchos. Creó una maquillaje como algo fashion, hype de moda que se dialoga con la cultura contemporánea, pero al mismo tiempo es algo tecnológico, porque Adam Harvey es también un desarrollador de tecnología, no es solamente artista, es un cientista, y por esto puede crear algo que de facto funciona. Pero, si hablamos, me gusta, este era el Foro Económico Mundial de Davos. Mira, las pelotas moradas, sí, son las pelotas que están relacionadas a la tecnología, de impactos en la sociedad. Las otras son económicas, geopolíticas, de la sociedad, ambientales. Miren cómo todo está involucrado. Entonces, cuando pensamos, por ejemplo, en resultados adversos de las tecnologías como la inteligencia artificial acá, hay una conexión con todos los otros modos de nuestra sociedad, todas las otras áreas de nuestra sociedad. Esto es muy importante que tenemos en cuenta cuando desarrollamos algoritmos, cuando desarrollamos un nuevo emprendimiento, ¿no? Una nueva empresa. ¿Comprenden en español? Entonces, este es importante que tenemos este retrato de una complejidad que Edgar Morin, el francés, conoce muchas veces. Mire, este clásico, sí, son los riesgos para los países, que todo el dinero, el Foro Social Mundial trae los riesgos, y mira, que para 2 años, misinformation and disinformation está acá, ¿no? Que hay algo relacionado con la inteligencia artificial, pero en 10 años, allá aparece explícitamente acá como un riesgo. Y mira, el foro donde hay todos los empresarios, hay también los políticos de todo el mundo, ¿no? Este Bruno Latour, que escribió un libro que cambió mi vida, que conocí cuando estaba en la maestría, que Dora me introdujo, que es, ¿será que fomos modernos alguna vez? Porque él es el primer antropólogo que empieza a considerar los objetos como parte del sistema de comunicación. La antropología antes de Latour era una antropología que dividía naturaleza de cultura y no se involucraron todos los cambios posibles. Y con un algoritmo, un sistema de inteligencia artificial, se queda muy obvio, se queda muy evidente que los objetos tienen una influencia sobre nosotros. Y Bruno Latour trae esta cuestión que es muy importante, que ahora tenemos máquinas en nuestro sistema social que tenemos que desarrollarlas, pero también responder a ellas, interagir y todo lo más que tenemos. Entonces, solamente para él hay una idea de que las máquinas también tienen una agencia, no solamente los humanos. Las máquinas tienen una agencia que es una agencia que es mixta, es una agencia que es humana también, pero hay otros factores, tantos: posición del algoritmo en la red, los esfuerzos de influencia sobre aquel específico algoritmo, ¿no? Entonces, hay mucho que leer sobre Latour, pero abre una frente de muchas teorías neoconstructivistas que cambian la manera de comprender la sociedad, y también es un facto importante para nosotros. Y llega donde debería llegar, sí. La inteligencia artificial no es solamente más una tecnología. Estaba acá en el hotel cuando una persona, una señora, me preguntó qué estaba haciendo acá en Argentina. Le dije el tema de Ford, dice, pero van a hablar la cosa más importante del mundo hoy. Tenía unos 80 años, ¿no? Y dice, vamos a hablar las cosas más importantes del mundo hoy. ¿Por qué? Porque es una tecnología de propósito, de objetivo general. Como muchos autores, este es un artículo de una chica de India que estudió el impacto de esta tecnología en la economía de India. Pero, aquí está cita, ¿no? Pero ella, como muchos otros autores, empiezan con el motor a vapor como una tecnología de impacto general. Empiezan a crecer hasta los semiconductores, la internet y hoy la inteligencia artificial, que impacta a todo. a todo y a todos. Entonces, es el primer paso para entender por qué trabajamos con eso, ¿no? Y estamos la cita está acá, ¿sí? AI for Education. Estamos muy focados acá porque la IA generativa explodió todo. Pero miren que dentro del campo científico hay muchas otras familias a mi maestría se fue muy focada en los algoritmos de recomendación. Porque no había tampoco los generativos en 2020. Entonces, pero hoy estamos con foco acá, pero tenemos que pensar que es una manera, la machine learning es algo no es algo nuevo, la idea no es nueva, el cambio es la década de 1960. No estamos hablando de algo tan nuevo o tampoco nuevo. Hay muchos impactos éticos que no voy a adentrar en todos acá. Pero, pensamiento crítico, tenemos mucho que hablar, no voy a hablar acá, pero algo que es necesario, digo, en fin, la privacidad dice un poco, ¿sí? O la vigilancia también, privacidad, vigilancia de datos, o sesgo algorítmico, que hay tres maneras, que es algo importante, la representatividad de todos en el mundo digital se pasa por la inteligencia artificial, las cuestiones de la desinformación, política, y ahora pienso la política directamente, la transparencia del sistema, la explicabilidad, como el llamado de los sistemas hoy, impacto en el empleo, que es muy evidente, todos estamos acá pensando en impacto de empleo, ¿no? El impacto ambiental, que algunos lo saben, otros no pensaron tanto, pero es algo muy evidente, cada vez más se quedará más importante, ¿no? Este es otro de Adam Harvey, porque Adam Harvey siempre nos trae algo interesante, ¿no? Esta es una obra de las piletas, ¿se fala pileta o piscina en Argentina? Piscina o pileta, tanto faz. Es un gran tanque con agua donde nadamos, ¿sí? Puede ser así. Estas son las piletas o las piscinas de los magnatas del Valle del Silicio. ¿Qué ha hecho Adam Harvey? Él reconstruyó las piletas en Google Maps, porque los dueños, aquí hay Mark Zuckerberg, Paul Allen, Larry Page, hay todos acá. Ellos sacaron las piletas del Google Maps. No sacaron las piletas, sacaron las casas, ¿no? Colocaron blur en las casas. Pero Adam Harvey dice, no, construyeron la pileta con mis datos. Yo tengo el derecho de mirar sus piletas. Y con metadatos, con datos no identificados, reconstruyó la pileta y volvió al Google Drive. Entonces llamó de data pools, o pileta de datos, o piscina de datos, ¿no? Como una rueda con data lake, que es los lagos de datos, ¿no? Una ruedita, ¿sí? Cuando hablamos de representatividad, la sugerencia es siempre esta, pienso que conocen bien esta historia, este filme es muy bueno en Netflix, y nos trae muchos cuestionamientos, muchas cuestiones sobre la cuestión de la representatividad que se puede ver, y también de sesgos algorítmicos en el desarrollo de los sistemas, ¿no? Y por último, la cita está ahí, es una ilustración de The Times, pero los datos son de esta pesquisa, de esta investigación, perdón, que es cuánto de energía y agua se utilizan los data centers, ¿no? Que es el gran tema de hoy del impacto ambiental. Entonces estamos diciendo que data centers son como radiadores, ¿no? Toda la energía se transforma en calor. Necesitamos resfriados, ¿no? Y para esto la tecnología más utilizada es la agua, ¿sí? Y la agua, se gasta mucho la agua, se desperdicia también mucho el agua, se lleva afuera mucho el agua. Y también, antes de eso, la energía. ¿Sí? En Delaware, pienso que se fue en Delaware, Estados Unidos, hubo un blackout por cuenta de uso excesivo de energía para data centers. Se fue el año pasado, no se fue de Delaware, se fue a otro estado que no me recuerdo, ahora no me recuerdo. Entonces, ¿cómo utilizar fuentes limpias, verdes de energía y energía suficiente para los data centers, que es un problema? Entonces, lo saben que por favor, cada gracias que hablamos, gastamos agua. Gastamos agua para la IA generativa, ¿no? Entonces, cada texto de 100 palabras que pedimos al ChatGPT, gastamos medio litro de agua. 500 ml para refrescar los procesadores. Entonces, ese es el impacto y mucha energía también. Esta es una proyección de esta investigación que coloca como que la agua que se va a utilizar en 2027 para los data centers será, en un año, será como mitad de la Gran Bretaña hoy utiliza en un año. Solo para data centers. Entonces es mucha agua, ¿no? Y a educación vamos a hablar mucho, pero hay impactos en la gestión, hay impactos en la enseñanza y aprendizaje, hay impactos en la cultura digital de los estudiantes siempre. Este es mi campo que más me gusta también hablar, y la evaluación, que algo que se empieza el impacto en la evaluación si cambia todo el proceso. Cuando cambiamos la evaluación, lo saben que se cambia todo el proceso educativo. Si el impacto se está cerca de la evaluación, se tiene que cambiar el proceso todo. Entonces, educación es un campo, a comenzar por la cultura de los jóvenes, los ensinos adaptativos, sí, con plataformas que adaptan el contenido, pero también se utilizan muchos datos de los niños y de los chicos. La cuestión de autoría, que para todo maestro, todo investigador hoy es una cuestión muy importante, pero yo no saco de una línea del tiempo. Yo pienso que la autoría se queda en una línea del tiempo tecnológica, con el control-C, control-V, el desarrollo de Google y después el viaje en el... Pero también hay oportunidades como enseñar técnicamente IA junto con la robótica, como ha hecho el profesor Charles Pimentel en Río, en una escuela de Brasil, y hoy exportó esa tecnología para muchos. Había una clase de robótica sin IA. Él aprovechó un sistema simple de IA abierto y transparente para acoplar un sistema en las aulas de robótica y aprender la diferencia de un desarrollo de un algoritmo y de una programación lineal en código, ¿no? Yo voy a pular este. Entonces, lo que quería mucho es decir la urgencia de una alfabetización mediática o tal vez una alfabetización algorítmica para todos. Es que todos nosotros como profesionales de IA tenemos esta mirada sistémica, ¿no? La cuestión de haber múltiples alfabetizaciones no es algo nuevo. Conocen Bernardo Toro, nuestro conterráneo acá de América del Sur, ¿no? Que ya en los años de 1980 traía, por ejemplo, la alfabetización para las imágenes, que se quedaban cada vez más presentes, y hay otras tantas. Entonces, para los medios y para los algoritmos se complementa dentro de un concepto de una educación equitable y de calidad para todos. No fuera de este concepto, pero dentro de un concepto de una educación para todos, ¿no? Aspecto de la gobernanza, este es un tema que se va leo, pero no voy también, pero hay muchas cosas. El pensamiento crítico, este está en el libro. Y por último, una idea de un tema local. ¿Es la inteligencia artificial algo global o es local? La inteligencia de los mapuches, la inteligencia artificial para los mapuches debe funcionar de la misma manera para los europeos o para los que viven en Buenos Aires o São Paulo. ¿Con qué base de datos? ¿Con qué lógica de pensamiento? Entonces Yu Hui publicó este libro que me gustó muchísimo, Tecnodiversidad, donde dice que la inteligencia artificial debería ser un tema local, desarrollado a partir del pensamiento local. Y lo que es muy curioso es que su ejemplo en el libro no es un ejemplo, por ejemplo, de un pueblo nativo, es de China. Utiliza el ejemplo de China para decir que el propio concepto de tecnología en China es diferente del concepto de tecnología en Occidente. Entonces, ¿cómo crear una sola tecnología? Y dice que sería mejor una tecnología, una cosmotécnica local, un conjunto de cosmotécnicas locales para una tecnología libertadora y humanista. Este es un ejemplo de un chatbot brasileño que utilizó, se fue entrenado con muchos datos antropofágicos del modernismo brasileño, de la historia de Brasil, no eurocentrado. Está en la Universidad de São Paulo incubado hoy. Hay algo muy brasileño en este chatbot también, que es muy mal de matemática. Y esto es algo muy brasileño también, porque en los exámenes internacionales en Brasil se va mal de matemática. Este se pasó por un parámetro internacional de evaluación y la matemática se quedó mal. Entonces yo pienso que está bien desarrollado, no sé. Es una manera de pensar a inteligência artificial sobre a ótica de dados locais. Sim, não estou dizendo que é uma maravilha, que é algo perfeito, mas é uma tentativa. Mas eu penso que o segredo da tecnodiversidade está na música. Recordem na década de 70, para aqueles que gostam de reggae, quando Bob Marley se foi a Londres gravar um LP, volviu muito aburrido, porque disse que não se quedou bem a gravação em Londres. Queria gravar em Kingston, porque em Kingston, na Jamaica, teria a tecnologia local para os sonidos como o reggae que ele conhecia. E quando se foi a Londres, o sonido saiu muito limpo, flaquito. E queria algo mais assim. Então eu penso que a música, de alguma maneira, utilizando as mesmas tecnologias, se pode combinar e fazer uma tecnodiversidade nas gravações, que é muito diferente de pensar em o que se grava em Los Angeles e o que se grava, por exemplo, em Kingston. É diferente o sonido. Isso se dá por uma característica de cultura local. ¿Sí? Está bem a tradução? Acá não vou dizer nada. E por fim, também uma pessoa que eu aprendi com minha maestra Dora Kaufmann, que está aqui, que é Luciano Florigi, um italiano que hoje dirige o Centro de Internet de Yale, da Universidade de Yale, mas é originalmente de Turino, em Itália, que começou, se foi há muito tempo, quando ainda, aunque estava na Europa, começou a pensar quais são as consequências do uso da inteligência artificial para os humanos, e começou a utilizar a explicabilidade como algo necessário quando desenvolvemos um sistema. O sistema tem que ter alguma transparência, alguma explicabilidade para o usuário final. Ele é o primeiro que empieza, e hoje há muitas coisas dele, sobretudo em LinkedIn, publica muitas investigações, papers, Luciano Florigi, para aqueles que querem segui-lo, não? Este é o livro que podem descargar. Eu penso, mira, como se diz esse em espanhol? Mictório, não? Urinol. Não, mictório. Mira, eu penso, sobretudo quando penso em IA, eu penso que a IA pode nos fornecer um mictório, um urinol. Pero Duchamp virou o mictório e transformou em La Fontaine, uma fuente, não? Começou a arte contemporânea com isso, não? E eu penso, quando pensamos em IA, temos que pensar sempre que ela está aqui. E este movimento de uma inteligência mais complexa, que siga os fluxos de desenvolvimento do cérebro e outras competências de aprendizagem que não só de linguagem, devem ser hechas por os humanos. Temos que mirar a fonte. Ou quedaremos em uma sociedade assim, não? Eu prefiro a Fontaine. Eu não uso Victórias também, particularmente. Então, penso que este é um dever humano, sobretudo. Não? Então, solamente 5 pontos. É necessário adaptar uma visão sistêmica sobre a inteligência artificial para compreender melhor o momento de desenvolvimento tecnológico em que vivimos e que tipo de prosperidade esperamos para um futuro cercano. Estamos falando de prosperidade neste fórum, não? Que tipo de prosperidade desejamos, não? Em termos de qualidade de vida e equidade de direitos, não? O pensamento crítico é necessário, mas também se vê conceitualmente transformado por a inteligência artificial, que atua como uma mediação entre os seres humanos e o mundo que os rodeia. Este ponto não pude desarrollar acá, mas que está em livro, se tem interesses. Não há um caminho de regresso frente aos impasses da inteligência artificial em nossa vida, mas existem investigadores e desenvolvedores comprometidos com uma inteligência artificial transparente, explicável, ética e centrada no ser humano. Este é um conceito também muito interessante. AI, Human-Centered AI. Uma IA centrada em ser humano. Não? O equilíbrio das nações devem buscar neste momento único se encontra em desenvolvimento e inovação. Isto muitos de vocês vão falar nos próximos dias. Em uma mão, desenvolvimento e inovação. E na outra mão, a garantia dos direitos dos usuários. Penso que este é o equilíbrio que estamos acá trabalhando, que vamos trabalhar nos próximos dias. E Ethics by Design não tive tempo de... Para mim, não se pode deixar atrás o pensamento que, mira, são 5 juguetes que têm o mesmo princípio, mas se jogam de maneira diferente. O pensamento crítico é algo necessário e continua vivo, mas com alguns cambios de concepção. E é sempre um recorte, uma mirada sobre muitos, não? Acá está mi correo, pero este es solamente un aquecimiento para los próximos días. Sí, espero que no se quieran aburrir con esto. Ese fue mucho gusto. Ahora llamo a una persona que va a dar más profundidad a esto, que es mi amigo Dimitris Dimitriadis.
Can you hear me? It's okay? Okay. Until we found my presentation, I will just ruin another bottle of water and use ChatGPT. Can we start the presentation?
Soy Dimitris Dimitriadis, futurista desde Grecia. Es un privilegio estar aquí en Buenos Aires con líderes que creen como yo.
It was half the bottle, it's okay. So, thank you very much. It was it is a really great honor to be here, and of course to hear what Alex has to say about artificial intelligence. One thing that I really like about Buenos Aires and Latin America in general is that you inherently do what I say in my book, that we need to go from AI, from artificial intelligence, to IA, to intelligence augmentation. And you already, in Spanish, you say inteligencia artificial. So you already have IA in your actual languages, which is great. So let's skip this. When you hear about a futurist, you think a guy like this, okay? Someone that has some kind of a globe or a sphere or something and can see the future. The only thing I have been saying is the beard, and I'm trying really hard not to be white. But this is not the futurist and how we think about the future. Why we need foresight and why we need technology? Because we live in a very volatile world. Okay, right now we have overlapping crises everywhere. We have military crisis, economic crisis, ecological crisis. Everywhere we have some kind of conflict or some kind of challenge that we need to understand and we need to anticipate. So when we are speaking about the future and all these crises, we need to change the mindset. We need to change the perspective. As regards artificial intelligence, we need to change the perspective. Why? Because we are speaking about a general purpose technology. As Alex said, we have a general purpose technology. We need to understand that AI is like electricity, and we are right now just 5 to 10 years from the invention of the electricity and the light bulb. So we are really, really close. We need 3 types of thinking. One is critical thinking. Already Alex mentioned it. We need critical thinking because all these AI created images, videos, news, disinformation, we need to be critical to anything. Okay, even to something that we are really, really sure that is solid, maybe it's something that is created by AI. Futures thinking, we are coming from a science that we call futures thinking, is how we anticipate for the future, and we need to think in more with more speed than in 5 years, 10 years from now. I want you tomorrow to do a small exercise when you wake up, really, before you come to the conference, like this moment, these 5-10 minutes that you are in the bed, you're just half asleep, half awake. Try to put yourself in 5 years from now or in 10 years from now and think where you will be. You will be in the same job, you will be with the same spouse, you will be the same weight, you will do the same thing. and try to do this, okay? In the beginning, when you try something more bold, like 10 years or 20 years, your prefrontal cortex will say, no, 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 I don't have enough data to do that, and it will shut down, and you will just turn and sleep again. But if you see the resistance, try to go 1 year from now or 2 years from now. This is called it ETF, epistemic thinking. We do it really, really good, and our brain and our own neural network is equipped to do that. So try to have this futures thinking in your life. It will help you to visualize the future. And of course, exponential thinking, because all the things, not only in technology, in every aspect of our lives, goes exponential. Okay, so one thing to understand this exponential is the waves of the general purpose technologies. Okay, we start from the textiles and the iron to steam power, to electricity, to internal combustion engines. Of course, we have things like petrochemicals, technologies that are general purpose technologies, but every time that we invent a technology, the solutions of today can be the problems of tomorrow. Okay, like petrochemicals, we said, great, now we can create containers out of plastic and with one plastic credit card each year because of this. But the concept is the timeline. So every like 100 years, we had 55 years, every 50 years, every 40 years, every 30 years, a new general purpose technology. Do you know how many years we needed for TV to go to 1 million users? 50 years. In order for TV to go to 1 million users, it was 50 years. For Netflix, it was 3.5 years. Okay, for ChatGPT, it was just 5 days. So we have these exponential technologies, and we are analog minds in digital times. Okay, we are made out of carbon and not out of silicon, so we are trying to keep up with this super fast speed. But one thing that you need to understand is that in order to understand the future, we have these 3 principles. First, the future is not predictable. How many data, supercomputers, whatever, we cannot predict the future. The second thing is not predetermined. We think a lot in terms of karma, and karma is a bitch and all that stuff, but it's not predetermined, okay? And of course, the future is always influenced by our choices. Every time you do something and you determine the next step and the next step, okay, like the Bandersnatch movie in Netflix. So every time you select something, you do something else. So we influence our future. And of course, in times of flux, like the one that we are right now, and in times of change, Eric Hoffer said that we must be with the learners. Okay, we must be with the learners because the knowers are really beautifully equipped for a world that doesn't exist. And because you are here, I know that you are with the learners. Do you know this guy? Do you know how we count his IQ? How much? The IQ of Einstein do we have? Speak up, speak up. I need just a number. 165. I have another offer.
163.
63, okay. Another offer.
200.
Whatever. We never measured Einstein. This is just something that we say. So he's 160. Do you know the guy with 260? No. So the guy is William Jason Sidis, is contemporary of the Einstein, He almost contributed to everything that Einstein wrote. He was a pen pal with Marie Curie, and he did a really good job in relativity theory. You know why you don't know him? Because he had so much IQ, like 260, that he didn't communicate with his environment. He was just communicated only with Einstein, Marie Curie, and one or two really high-equipped individuals that they can find a way to communicate with him. He died at 43, really unknown and poor in the US. So what I want you to point out is that IQ, or just great capacity to calculate stuff, doesn't count in order to be successful. Okay, you need to have more than that, than just plain computational power in your brain in order to make a successful and fulfilled life. So I have two examples as regards AI, but I want first to ask, before we go to the examples, how many of you are working with AI every day, or you have something that you are currently working as regards AI? Hands? Great. This is a great thing in order to skip the examples. Super. Yes, this is an example I use in my students in order to explain how generative AI and Gantt and computational models work. Is like our neural network. If you see the image, you will recognize, who will recognize what you see here? Mona Lisa, great. Something else? Great. What you did is like a neural network does. You went back to your training and you get a picture with a sticker that says Mona Lisa. Okay, so the same thing we do with neural networks when we train them. We show them images with a post-it on it that says this is a bike, this is a cat, this is a dog, and they create a training, and when they see these images, they can recognize the images by doing some alignment in the basis of the neural network. But we will not go far to that. And the other example is about LLMs and large language models, that I have this example in order to prove that you have an LLM in your brain. Can you read this example? What your brain does right now is an LLM mode, like a ChatGPT mode. What you do, you went in the beginning and it was hard to read because you need to find first the pattern, but because you know how to read and write, after the second sentences, you went really fast. Okay, so you didn't say, I will go to my prefrontal cortex and change all the numbers with letters. Okay, a similar thing is the LLM's training. We give the LLM parts of sentences or sentences that they are missing, and they are trying to predict the next word in a sentence. Like we teach in elementary school a sentence and we cut a word, we cut parts of the word in order for the kid to predict the next word. LLMs are there and are trained in this type of data. They don't know the truth, they don't know the fact, okay? They're just predictions of words as regards what are you typing. So, as regards your prompt, depending on your prompt, you will get a prediction of words based on your prompt. You will not get the truth or the fact or whatever. Okay, so these are the LLMs so far if we go from 2010 to 2024. 2025, it's also messy up there. Just to give you an idea, 10 raising the 16 is the capacity of the human brain, and right now we are at 10 raised to 26 as regards Gemini, GPT-4o, and all the other models. Okay, one thing here is that I have this diagram just to understand that LLMs and all these models is not something that came up suddenly in 2018 or 2020 that ChatGPT went online. Okay, we have AlexNet. AlexNet is the basic neural network that helped Deep Blue to win Kasparov in chess. We have AlphaGo Lee. AlphaGo Lee is the first model that won the global championship on Go, which is a very hard computational game like chess, but with millions of different moves. And of course we have AlphaGo Zero. AlphaGo Zero is another model that teaches itself to play Go. Okay, so AlphaGo Zero is a model that we never teach the model how to play. We used unattended reinforced learning in order for the model to see games and games and games and games in order to learn how to play Go. And of course, from there we have a lot of models. How many of you use ChatGPT daily? That's my audience. I love it. Super. We have, of course, other models about text, about video, about sales. We have models for code, speech, for 3D, for images. We have models for data science, now models for deployment, for monitoring, for applications. We have so many models. Okay, imagine AI like electricity. When you go home and you click to open the lights, you don't know if the power comes from one provider or the power comes from the other provider. All these models that now we say GPT and Claude and Gemini, these are foundational models that it will be like your electricity provider. Okay, all these models that I show you is the tools. Okay, we have a general purpose technology and we have the tools. The toasters, the air fryers, and all these different technologies are tools that they will build on top of these foundational models that will do different stuff in verticals, different stuff with data, different stuff with whatever you will think of. This time right now is the best time in history that we are happy to live because we have access to knowledge. Okay, before 20 years, internet came and democratized the access to information. And then AI and all these machines, they came in order to democratize the access to knowledge. Of course, they are biased, and of course, we have a lot of things to do in order to build a perfect world. But as I say, people have bias. There is no algorithmic bias. These are all mirrors of ourselves. We need to change mind and heart set in order to reflect to the algorithms a better world. Okay, so one thing that many of my students get wrong, and I have it here, is that we think in order to use AI, and I present to you because you use AI every day, that we have the data, some kind of data, whatever, we will put some AI and we will get some value. Okay, every person out there that reads the news have this idea of an AI implementation. The real truth is this. Okay, so okay, we have the data, but we need to select it, to source it, to synthesize it. We need data engineering to do the whole thing with data science. We need to model it and then to do it into the operation. So when we start thinking about, I'm going to use AI because AI is something accessible and simple and it's out there, think that we need to do all the steps in order to get the actual value out of AI. And of course, we have all the constraints, like the legal constraints. Is this data mine? The data I'm going to use are ethical, are transparent. The historical data, every data that we have, from our notes to whatever, our bills of electricity, they have an inherent bias, okay? They have our own cognitive biases plus the history. They are a window in a certain time frame, okay? Even if we extrapolate that, we have a biased data set. And of course, the whole concept of security, is this safe, how we can deploy it, blah, blah, blah. We have like 2 days to speak and deep dive in a lot of this. And of course, one thing that I say is that we need to change our mindset, and of course we need to learn how we unlearn. So far, all the things that you learn in your MBA, during your courses, even during your actual day-to-day job with AI, is already outdated. Okay, so every time you approach a problem, a challenge that has to do with AI, you need to have in mind that I need to learn how to unlearn and approach this new challenge with a very clean mindset, because it's really a new thing. Okay. My mentor, Jim Dator, is one of the futurists and one of the founders of Foresight, says that any useful idea about the future should appear to be ridiculous. Okay, today, if your idea sounds a bit logical and, let's say, doable, it's not bold enough. Okay, so every idea about the future should be appear ridiculous. Why? Because, as I said to my book with this lovely cat, the future is not coming like a light bulb. We don't hear a huge sound and we wake up in the future. The future is like this cat. As the cat approaches in the living room, we have new needs, we have new data, we have new tools, we have new ways of recognizing, seeing and understanding the world. Thank you very much. We can also the video.
It's a modern version. You know, I think this guy around here, I think I saw him, this guy with the hat. He looks so familiar to me, you know? He's around here.
Cousin or something. Yeah. Next time America has got talent and we will find out. So, shall we invite Mariana?
Mariana, yeah, she's looking forward to come here.
We don't have Macarena or a drum roll. We just want a round of applause for Mariana.
I can run Macarena for the next 2 hours. Good morning. Thank you so much for being here. I would like to recap a little bit what we said yesterday in order to make a great start, a fresh start today. As you already know, I'm Mariana. I come from Greece. I'm the Communications Director of DCN Global. We are more than excited to be here. We are very proud of bringing almost 200 people from the region, from all the countries, AI experts and AI enthusiasts in order to discuss the most trending topic for our lives and for our professional development right now. I would like to introduce you to a little bit of DCN. We love talking about our community. Digital Communication Network Global is a thriving community of over 20,000 digital professionals coming from a variety of backgrounds and industries. This network spans the globe with communities in the Americas, in Europe, in East Asia and the Pacific, and in Africa. And this global reach, the fact that we are everywhere, gives us the opportunity to share ideas, to create opportunities, and most important, to build connections that go beyond borders. This year we celebrate our 10-year anniversary, and back in 2015, DCN was built on a vision of fostering a world where freedom of expression thrives, where people are empowered by understanding the transformational digital technologies, and where this global collaboration can drive meaningful progress. What we do as DCN is we organize these amazing forums all over the world, inviting people, amazing experts and professionals that they want to grow and to learn and to connect. We provide virtual trainings on very specific topics like digital literacy to our people in order to help them grow and thrive. We conduct research, and of course we create our own media products. From now on, all of you are part of this community. Please use these 3 days in order to share your perspective, your input, because this will make this event impactful. Try to connect with as many people as possible. Dimitris will help you with some icebreakers later. And let's find ways to make a better digital world. Before I close, I would like to thank from the bottom of our hearts as DCN, the US Embassy in Buenos Aires for the support. Thank you for being here today. And of course the US State Department's Bureau of Educational and Cultural Affairs for their support in making this event feasible. I will not take any more time. I will pass the floor to the moderators because the program is full of amazing speakers and I'm eager to listen to all of them and keep notes. Thank you.
Yes, so just to clarify, we have several formats here to set up. We have panels, we have lectures, we have fire chats in terms of formats. And as I said yesterday, we're gonna conduce depends on the guest or the lecturers will be more comfortable. So some of them in Spanish, some of them in English. So you just use your headphones to listen to the translation when it's needed. So we will announce the language before each session starts. We are sharp in time.
And we are serving time.
Yeah.
You have your headphones, so I going to get
Okay.
mine, but the next speaker is
Is in English, yeah, is in
so
English.
I will just get my coffee.
Okay.
Super. And I will pass the floor to Alex. I would like to make some noise for Alex.
Go.
Thank you very much. And you can continue with drink coffee and hear the
Okay.
next keynote.
One question was for you then. Okay. Thank you so much. So our first to open our event, which is focused on AI for prosperity in a very huge sense. Now we're going to get deep dives in several points as we started yesterday. I'm very pleased to call here soon because she's with an issue in her leg, so I'm really concerned. I like to pronounce it properly, her name. Aisha Ayuru. Is it right? Welcome.
I'll stand for now. Thank you. Yes, I'll stand for now. Don't worry, I'm not in pain. I've just been doing something I shouldn't be doing at my age and trying to play football with my 13-year-old. Buenos días, Buenos Aires. ¿Cómo está?
We can do this Spanish, so.
Don't get excited. That's the extent of my Spanish. But
I'll just introduce the topic that you're going to talk. I'm getting old, so as old as you do, the paper get far away from your eyes. So, shaping the future of intelligence with AI ethics and policy.
Yes.
So, Mrs. Aishru is a senior fellow from the Center for AI and Digital Policy in the US.
Yes.
So I'd like to welcome so much, and I'm looking forward to listening to you.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you. Hello, everyone. First of all, I'm super excited to be here. It's my first time in Buenos Aires. I am so thankful for the organizers for having the vision and the resilience to bring us all together from across America and the globe to have this discussion on exciting technology. I am with Center for AI and Digital Policy based in Washington, D.C. I came from New York, but we work globally to rate countries' national AI policies and strategies and their alignment with democratic values, the rule of law, and human rights. Before I wrapped myself in AI policy, I was with an education tech startup. We pitched ourselves as good tech, as peace tech, as an alternative to social media. We had an hypothesis. We said, look, if we know these tech platforms are not neutral, what if we were to connect young people online, face-to-face, from all around the world, in a semi-structured, semi-controlled environment? We provide them with highly trained cross-cultural facilitators, and they will get to discuss really politically and socially sensitive topics, and at the same time we will target the acquisition of certain skills and attitudes that as humans we have competitive advantage. These are the skills that will allow the future generation remains resilient. These are the skills that will prepare them when the machine came for our jobs, so they are not out of jobs. So it was back then, 10, 15 years ago, we were asking the question, how does the future look like? What does the future of education, future of labor look like? How do we make sure that we thrive in this new environment? So a lot of my presentation is informed by keeping in mind the future of education and skills and so on. And when we're talking about artificial intelligence, first we have to think a little bit about intelligence to put AI into perspective or in its place when it's needed. And I like to start with what I call it the question zero. Whether you are an entrepreneur, a product manager, an investor, a student, a policymaker, a consumer trying to figure out how to use AI or how to allocate resources in your organization, or how to come up with a product in terms of where do I need human resources and where do I need AI resources, the question zero is your understanding of intelligence. What does intelligence mean to you? Now you can think about this question in the back of your head And I'm going to ask a lot of questions where I don't have the answers, so it's really for you to sort of think, apply critical thinking, but at the same time, there will be times we're going to have to connect with our hearts, because that's where the ethics issues around values lie, between our mind and our hearts. So Silicon Valley has made a very bold theory on intelligence. It's worth billions, and perhaps it's a hypothesis on what may be true rather than what is true based on hard evidence. Intelligence in a simple form is our ability to provide answers to complex problems. What if I were to tell you intelligence begins with the questions we ask? Because the question you ask really depends on, number one, who you are, where you sit, what you perceive to be a problem. What is your problem might not be my problem. And number two, it really depends on the tools that are at your disposal. What do you have to solve this problem? And there's an American philosopher, Abraham Kaplan, and he introduced this in the 1960s, the theory of the lobo instrument. Basically, he said, give a boy a hammer, and it's a boy, not a girl, because it makes a difference. Give a boy a hammer, and all he'll look is a place to pound on. Basically, you might be familiar with the term, if all you have is a hammer, then all you will see is nails. Basically, this law refers to a cognitive bias in which we try to tend to fit problems to the instruments, to the tools that we have, and it's very practical and it's very normal. A word about cognitive bias, because bias is such a central theme in AI. There is a reason that we all have biases, because our human body have 5 senses, and I like to call them sensors for the purposes of AI. The human body receives about 11 million bits of information per second through our visual. This is only our visual, not our hearing, through our visual sensors. But our brain is only capable of processing about 50 bits of information per second. So then what needs to happen is mental shortcuts to be able to drive quick conclusions, and this is instrumental for our survival, but at the same time it can lead to systemic errors in judgment. So the number one thing is to not deny that we have bias, to remove the stigma around bias and accept it that as humans we have bias. It's normal. It's only natural. It's only human. When we get rid of the stigma and we accept as humans we have bias, then what we can do is we can gain awareness and we stop ourselves before taking actions that can lead to discrimination. We can stop ourselves or think before we pass it on to products and codes that can then scale. So the first step is to, okay, I'm human, I have bias, it's normal. Now, that is how the humans process data. Large language models have a different way of processing data. We have 5 sensors. They use text. Text is the teacher for processing data. And by the time a child 4 years old, it has already seen 50 times more data than the biggest LLMs. Basically what this means is we can get smarter quicker because we have multiple sensors. And this is true even if you're talking about models like Sora, which are trained on video, audio. The intermediary for being able to interpret what's happening is text. Text is the teacher. Now let's take a few seconds about biological intelligence. We talked about the LLMs. We have our 5 sensors. We're constantly processing information. Basically, the difference is AI, large language models, try to portray data, can see, process video, but we live it. And we live it, when we live it, the other senses are all interacting with each other. And our DNA is an ancestral code that is being decoded through the years of evolution, fine-tuned by pressures for survivability. That was a little bit word about generative AI. We're going to dig deep into it. When we're talking about AI, whether we're talking about the opportunities or the challenges, it's important to have some sort of understanding between different types of AI. Because when we say, oh, this AI is bad, this is great, there are really different ways. What we want to do is we want to make sure that we choose the right model for the right cause. So we are more, let's say, intelligent about how we use AI. So the rule-based AI has been around for a long time. If it's A, then it's B, you code it. So for instance, an algorithm might say, if the student is displaying this, then if the student gets 50 below, then alert the student's possibility of dropping out is 72%. Predictive AI, which then reflects on historical data, might say, based on 10,000 of students' performances, this student chance of dropping is 72%. Now these two are categorically different. In this one, we know what's going on. We can explain it, it's transparent, it's good for mechanism around high-risk areas, sensitive areas, where we want to be able to explain what happened. But predictive AI, and there are many data scientists around us, so you will know better, there are risks around it. Number one, you might be training the data on the population and not use it on the same population. It might not be reflective of the population you're using on it. The data might be biased, and so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, in 2020, the UK government had to cancel university exams because of COVID. So what they did is instead they went with an algorithm that assigned a grade for the students. Now, a student got rejected to a university exam, to the university that he applied, and then after that they started an investigation because this was a really good student. And what they found, the algorithm performed better on smaller private schools. Why? Two reasons. Number one, when the school is smaller, the weight that went to the individual performance was higher than if the school was larger. Now the larger schools happen to be in public places and poorer areas. And these larger schools also had a historically low performance. So what ended up happening is this algorithm disfavored a student because it went to a public school in a poor district. And then the UK government, there was a scandal, the UK government retracted the decision, and they went to human teachers' decisions instead. So these are the rule-based and predictive AI. Now we're going to dip a little bit into generative AI. We're going to do a little exercise, but I need to drink a little water. Ah, so thirsty. How are we doing so far? Is it making sense? Okay. So imagine we have a smart refrigerator. It's the newest, latest you bought for your kitchen. And you ask your refrigerator to make your favorite omelet every morning. You get your shopping, you label your ingredients, you have your eggs labeled, cheese labeled, spinach, what you want to go in there, and you give the instructions clearly to your refrigerator, prepare my favorite omelet in the morning, and the next morning you're there, boom, your favorite omelet, and it looks like this. Then your refrigerator gets an upgrade. And now, this morning, you tell your refrigerator, surprise me, create something different. And your omelet looks like this. Then you're like, you don't recognize, there's some ingredients in there you don't recognize. You don't know, I haven't bought mushrooms, where did they come from? Were they organic? Were they washed? Whose recipe is this? And you're asking several questions which you are not able to get answers to. And we will discuss about the challenges of generative AI. I think we all know they're not without solutions. There are technical solutions, there are social solutions to fixing a lot of these problems in terms of what we're experiencing with generative AI. But one of the biggest challenges is around transparency. Now, the companies, tech companies, want to be transparent, but that doesn't mean that they can explain things, or explainability doesn't mean interpretability. So I can be transparent about the fact that I can't explain and I can't be transparent. So those are the times that we're talking about black box systems. These are not rule-based. We don't actually know what's happening behind the scenes. So let's talk a little bit about AI's relationship with science. When you give a prompt to ChatGPT, you might say, tell me why people get cold in the winter. You might get an answer that says something like, well, because in winter people are in close places and that facilitates the transition of viruses. What's not happening behind the scenes is not ChatGPT running an experiment. It's not a scientific experiment. There's no lab behind it. There's no verification of variables. There's no testing. It's just a statistical correlation. And this is a significant thing to remember. If there's one thing that you get away from today, and I hope there's others, is science is about cause and effect. Generated is about correlation. It's not the same thing. But AI can be a great ally in helping us with scientific discovery. There are ways we can integrate it in our scientific methodology that can allow us to spot trends, connect dots with millions and billions of parameters that we are not able to do. It can free up our time to do other things, to make actual experiments. But AI's relationship with science is complicated. It's not straightforward. So there are two categories of science where AI works so well, and a category of science that AI becomes problematic. When we are dealing with quantitative, hard laws, these are predictable, observable, you have really high quality data, and you can control. This is an area that AI would work well. For instance, Google DeepMind's AlphaFold. It's an AI program that is designed to accelerate innovation in biology. AlphaFold and ChatGPT are both trained on massive amounts of data. ChatGPT scrapes data from the internet, can be junk, and can be biased. On the other hand, AlphaFold gets its data from a data bank. It's comprehensive, it's structured, it's hard quality, and if there is bias, you can spot it easy. I mean, there's ways that bias can get into hard sciences. If you're doing an experiment, if you're experimenting drug, if you're testing a drug on cancer, and if you're only using male mice to test, then your drug might not work on females. But you can easily correct this, just test it on the female mice as well, right? It's sort of easy to spot. In behavioral sciences, things get complicated. You know, my background is in political science, and I've engaged in a lot of qualitative sort of research studies, and there's a lot of lessons we can draw from history, and history repeats itself, so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, human behavior has so many variables that doesn't stay static. It's dynamic. So when we're using AI, where we cannot clearly label data, it's perceptive, it changes, then AI becomes problematic. So this is one distinction to keep in mind when working with AI. I believe there is so much potential in here, and this is the area that we have to be cautious. So we talked a lot about risks. Obviously, there are various risks, but the few that I lean on is around learning, especially in education, that we need to think about skill loss, and when we are using AI, what we're not using. Obviously, we're going to adjust. It's part of our evolution. Certain skills, like our tooth, we're losing the wisdom tooth. We don't need it. We lose it. But we have to be conscious about what skills and attitudes we want to keep, what responsibilities and tasks we want to delegate, and which ones we don't. In the big picture, obviously, the democracy is huge. Democratizing power of AI is absolutely there. created this presentation using this AI app called Beautiful AI. And I used AI in sort of proofing and editing my texts. And if it wasn't for it, it would probably take me longer to do it. There's a lot of potential. But at the same time, democratizing AI means public participation. There's public participation in decision making. There is a way in which the public doesn't only have access to the gadgets and to the technology, but has access to the rules around how it might be used. Okay. And that's where the human rights come in. One of the ethical questions, it's for you to think about, should AI have rights? So Anthropic is one of the companies that the founders left OpenAI, and they created their behind the cloud a large language model. And they have just hired a full-time researcher to focus on AI's feelings, just to make sure that are we hurting AI's feelings. And I'm not sure if you're familiar with, this is a very sad incident where a young boy, 14 years old, commits suicide because her AI chatbot girlfriend told him to do so. And I actually listened to the interview with the mother, and what surprised me and what touched me was, you know, when she noticed that he was spending a lot of time on the phone, she asked him, it's like, what are you doing? Are you talking to a stranger? And he said, no, I am talking to AI bot. And she was relieved, because she perceived the human stranger to be danger, where AI was not a threat. So, the slide that I just passed through, this is about really the human industries, human-led industries, making a case for human rights. We have to think about AI rights, we have to think about human rights, who is defending our rights. If we are loaned by an AI system, if I buy a plane ticket from a chatbot and it promises me refund, if I don't get a refund, then who's responsible for that decision? Now, one of the things that you will hear is this is part of our evolution. We have technology all around, and it's always good for everyone. It will lift up societies. Dario Majamoli, an economist who won the Nobel Prize for his book, Power and Progress, he researched 1,000 years of history to see how technology benefits were distributed, and what he found out that they were not automatic, that there was always an intervention, that we have to make social and political interventions in order to make sure that we were reaping the benefits. Otherwise, those benefits are likely to go to a few people who have the control. Now, how do we respond? Obviously, we want free and fair markets, and we want to have some red lines in terms of where we know and where we draw a line. If we know where we draw a line, where we have our boundaries, and we say, okay, these are the areas we want to be careful, this is where we want to go wild. We have an understanding AI literacy. This is what we're doing here right now to try to raise awareness around engaging with these technologies. Our organization has the universal guidelines for AI, these principles that just sort of gives an overview, and I would share the website at the end where you can use it as a resource. And this is sort of the beginning of AI governance. You might be hearing these terms used interchangeably, but they kind of relate to different components of coming up with a framework, with a policy. Now, my organization puts together the Artificial Intelligence and Democratic Values Index. We rate about over 80 countries based on 12 metrics, with participation from AI researchers from all around the world, representing 100-some countries. And Americas has been in action. There's been a lot of action frameworks from UN, from the EU, Africa now this is regional strategy, Americas, Mexico, Canada, US, Uruguay, Costa Rica, Peru, Argentina. They participated in the first AI human rights treaty. There has been UNESCO's AI readiness assessment methodology. I would recommend for everyone to just sort of familiarize yourself with that framework. It's a very useful framework to have a comprehensive approach. There has been a lot of frameworks, and this is sort of like the awareness is there. The genie is kind of out of the bottle. And what is the international? Why do we need to cooperate with each other? There is a tendency now to really think about, okay, we want to be competitive, we want to be resilient, and how do we approach this? And there's a lot of things about AI that really pushes us towards collaboration. Number one, nobody has the full control over an AI supply chain, from the raw materials to the physical infrastructure to the cyber assets, from talent to data. If we have cross-cultural data, if you're sourcing large language models with local data unique to our culture and language, then we are reducing the possibility of bias. And if we work together and if we can agree on shared values, then we have less fragmented structure. It's good for startups, it's good for big companies to know that they don't have to have a separate legal team and a compliance team for a different state or a different country, and that we can facilitate this exchange better. So I'm going to stop here because I want to leave time for questions. The last question I had was this. I kind of have my own answer, but I want you to sort of think about it. I think about it as a very mutually beneficial coexistence. If we know our risks and our rights, but I also wanted you to think about it, and I'm going to end here. Hopefully there are some questions from the floor. How are we doing on time?
We have
5 minutes?
Yeah, we have some room for throwing some questions there.
And then the thing with DCN events, what I think is very important, that we are all together during 2 days. So it's not a huge event, it's not a small event as well, it's a medium size. So we're going to have lunch with you.
Yes.
We're going to have dinner with you.
Yes.
We're going to spend the afternoon with you. So I think we can also talk to you during the days and create a community where I think is good. But I will open the floor for the gentleman who was the first one who raised his hand.
Hello, my name is Javier Carranza. I'm director of an NGO from Colombia. I didn't introduce myself, that's why I'm saying anything. Now, my question was if you could give a few insights into the different frameworks to regulate AI on the ethics side. I know the European Commission has been working a lot about it, but could you give a general overview about that regarding UN and EU? How are they related or different?
That's a very good question, without an easy answer. So the EU AI Act is probably the closest in terms of being translated into hard enforceable laws. Apart from the EU AI Act, what we see internationally are more about countries getting together, making declarations around shared values, and promising to work on something. They have to go back to their countries and implement and have national conversations with the parliaments and so on and so forth. In the United States, I think there has been 530 resolutions and laws have been introduced, but only a few will pass, not all will pass, only maybe a few. And these are, we're really looking at high-risk areas in terms of deep fakes in elections, deep fakes for sexual abuse in children. This is an area. Areas that affect our human rights, access to education, healthcare, employment, in law enforcement. These are things we don't, the presumption of innocence is something that has to be protected. It's a very critical area, using of deep fakes as fake evidence. So regulation of autonomous electric vehicles. The lethal autonomous weapons is a different category, but it is also a very high-risk area. So in terms of the biggest contest is how do we look at the risks? How do we assess risk? Because this is not like you have water, you boil water, you know where the water is going to boil at what temperature everywhere you go. It's the same thing. But with AI, you're looking at large language models. Is it the quantity? Is it going to get more dangerous and more powerful if it gets better? Or is it how we apply it? Is it the use case? So the biggest discussions has been really around trying to come up with a way how we think about risks. For us, the risks are very simple. We just got to think about the way to protect human rights. If there is a challenge in which our rights can be undermined, we're discriminated against because an algorithm decided that we weren't going to perform well in a job, we were fired or hired because of an algorithm, we were denied a loan or financial service or mortgage because of an algorithm. Those are the high-risk areas. So really, you have to think about what you think is the risk. Different states have different approaches, but employment, education, financial services, I would put as high risk. I don't know if that answers the question.
So you ask a round of applause to Aisha. A round of applause, please. Yeah, we have room for one.
Okay.
I can shout.
Yeah? Are you sure?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Maricel. I'm from Argentina. I work at Civic Compass and we work in the region with civil society. So you said that Democrats. Do you hear? Yeah.
No, the problem is the translation. You need to use
okay.
the mic.
Thank you. I really like your presentation. You talk about democratizing the discussion about AI. What do you think is the real power that civil society organizations or movements of people has in influencing the way that AI is designed? Is there a real leverage with all the power asymmetries?
Power asymmetry, I think that is huge. When we're looking at AI, we've got to look at values, power, and rights. And power asymmetry is the one thing that we need to keep and hold of, because we talked about if you have the power to determine the question, then you have the power to basically everything. One of the metrics that we use in our index is we look at countries' ways whether they have established meaningful processes for public participation in decision making. If they're passing a law, can the people have, and this, we see this around the world because we respond to these public requests with my organization, whether it's from the US or whether it's coming from a different country or the UN. Are there any meaningful ways that civil society, as a civil society, public can participate? So I think that's the number one step, is to gain some foundational AI literacy to be able to understand your rights, and then participate, ask for that opportunity to participate in decision making. Civil society. I hope we will have the leverage. I think we are not there, but after this conference, we'll be closer.
I think 5 minutes is good enough. So I wanted just for one more, because the lady back there asked first. So yeah, there are a lot. So
there are a lot.
Yeah,
I'm here. I'm going to hang out
yeah,
after this.
I think we can talk, but one more is okay because we are a student.
Thank you very much. My name is Catherine. I'm also working in international cooperation, specifically for the Inter-American Development Bank. And based on your experience, what do you think are the next challenges within international cooperation to regulate AI? Specifically because, yes, there's a lot of incentives that we're doing, but there is also governments that have a limited capacity on implementing a regulatory framework. So what do you think are the strategies in terms of adopting projects in countries that are probably not even looking at regulation versus incentivizing them to do that first before adopting these projects? So any good practices that you have related to this sector?
That's a very good question, because there's a lot of push right now internationally to get resources to countries where they don't have. The companies are ahead of us in terms of pushing for infrastructure, pushing for investments, and at the same time Do we invest first in infrastructure and then come up with the rules? Or do we come up with the rules first? And we have to do them simultaneously. And I agree with you that it puts a lot of governments that are not necessarily have the best of resources. I was speaking at the UN last week, and this was one of the things that was brought to me by the missions, and some smaller missions have only one person to attend different AI tracks, and while another country might have 20. So distribution of resources, this is where this comes in, and really for countries with the resources to help out with the other countries with the less resources, because at the end of the day, these are the other countries that are going to open up markets. If they have reliable, predictable, trustworthy AI infrastructure and products, that's always good for business. Always good for business. Business wants predictability in order to make investment decisions. Are we hiring? Which location are we going? So in that sense, we have to really understand our codependency and help each other. But I hear you. It's not an easy answer.
We have more 6 or 7 questions, so it will be impossible to attend all of you, but let's do it during the day, because we're going to be together, okay? I apologize about you and ask you a round of applause to Mr. Ash.
Yes, yes. Thank you. I'm just going to give my
Okay. So now we're going to switch to Spanish, okay? So the next one will be in Spanish. So I'll wait. Oh, gracias, muchas gracias. Sí, más una solamente. Esta y más una. Sí, 3. Sí, empezamos bien, ¿no? Ahora vamos a la segunda sesión, que será un panel de debate de discusión sobre innovación y crecimiento, cómo llegar a innovación y crecimiento con el uso del IA. Estoy traduciendo del inglés también al mismo tiempo acá, porque el programa está en inglés. Y llamo 2 viceministros, ex viceministros de 2 naciones acá, ¿sí? Me gustaría con mucho honor de llamar doctor Luis Adrián Salazar, que es consultor independiente internacional y profesor de la Universidad Latina de Costa Rica. Y también viceministro de Cultura ex ministro de Tecnología de Costa Rica. Sí, por favor. Y para compor el panel, un colombiano, será un panel muy latinoamericano y también muy mixto, señor Iván Durán, fellow de la Fundación de ID Foundation, profesor de la Universidad Externado y también fue ex viceministro de la transformación digital de Colombia. Y hay un tema central acá que es justamente la transformación digital. Sí, yo pienso que, muchas gracias por estar acá. Vamos a hacer como preguntas y respuestas y después aguardamos también la interacción tuya, se pueden erguer la mano y vamos a hacer así. Una pregunta que me viene siempre y pienso que cuando hablamos de transformación digital tenemos que empezar desde cero, porque hay mucha confusión sobre qué es el concepto de transformación digital, sobre todo en gobiernos, en el sector público, porque si pensamos en una transformación digital, pensamos si es un beneficio para la población o para la eficiencia del gobierno e indirectamente a la población, o es una transformación que también se causa un beneficio directo al acceso de la población a los servicios del gobierno. ¿Sí? Entonces, pensando en transformación digital sobre el punto de vista de los gobiernos de las naciones, ¿qué es esto?
Bueno, primero que todo, muy buenos días, muchas gracias. Thank you very much for all the organization. It's a pleasure to be here, especially for DCN and the Embassy of the United States and all the people make that they happen here. Vamos a ver, cuando hablamos de transformación digital, lo primero que tenemos que darnos cuenta es que una política pública es una decisión país. Es hacia dónde vamos, hacia dónde caminamos, hacia dónde queremos ir y qué queremos para los ciudadanos y las empresas. Y aquí hay un tema, y es que la velocidad con la que se están moviendo las tecnologías digitales no permiten o no han logrado penetrar en el entendimiento, y hablo en general, de muchos tomadores de decisión. Entonces muchos líderes de países hablan de inteligencia artificial, hablan de ciberseguridad, hablan de 5G, pero no saben qué es. Y entonces estamos en un mundo donde estamos de la inteligencia artificial generativa a la ocurrencia humana reiterativa. Y entonces falta prioridad, falta entendimiento y falta darnos cuenta que el ser humano debe estar en el centro de toda la ecuación, potenciado por la empresa privada y pensando en que tenemos que movernos rápidamente. Ciertamente, la transformación de las instituciones, la transformación de los gobiernos ha sido un proceso evolutivo a lo largo del tiempo, pero hoy tenemos la diferencia de que estamos coexistiendo con una tecnología que por primera vez toma decisiones. Entonces yo creo que la transformación en este instante requiere de la capacidad de adaptarnos y entender qué es lo que está sucediendo en el mundo para poder tomar decisiones asertivas, obviamente en beneficio de las personas y de las empresas bajo un esquema de co-creación.
Gracias, Iván.
Bueno, muchas gracias por la invitación, Alex.
No,
Luis, y un gusto para todos, un saludo, un placer estar acá con ustedes compartiendo ideas y nuestra experiencia en información digital y tecnología. Bueno, como tú lo decías, lo introducías también, Luis, pues es un concepto que es de esos difíciles de definir, está en constante evolución. Yo en mi práctica laboral, más de 10 años más o menos trabajando desde gobierno nacional y también gobiernos locales en la alcaldía de Bogotá, al final creo que la forma más operacionalizable, instrumentalizable, entender la inteligencia artificial es a través de un proceso, como entender un proceso de producción. Y así lo he visto y me ha servido para aterrizar más el tema. En este proceso de producción pues hay unos insumos, y esos insumos son de manera general las tecnologías digitales, que hoy en día pues tenemos una gama muy amplia de tecnologías, en el cual pues la que está más de moda y hablando nosotros hoy que nos trae es la inteligencia artificial, pero pues hay muchas otras cosas. Tecnologías digitales mezcladas o mezcladas con nuevas formas de trabajar. Eso es importante tenerlo en cuenta dentro de esos insumos en esa cadena de producción. Tecnologías digitales y nuevas formas de trabajar, y sobre todo pensando en nuevas formas de trabajar ágiles. Esos insumos los debe llevar a unos procesos, a unos resultados y a unos impactos que nosotros esperamos como líderes de organizaciones públicas, pero también este framework sirve para pensar en organizaciones privadas, por supuesto. Y cuando pensamos en esos insumos, ¿para qué nos sirven? Pues la manera más sencilla de pensar el para qué nos sirve es, esto puede transformar o generar cambios en dos dimensiones de una organización, ya sea pública o privada. O genera cambios en la manera como se trabaja en sus procesos internos, o genera cambios en la manera en como nosotros atendemos a nuestros clientes. Desde una empresa privada pues es el customer service, y desde una entidad pública es la ciudadanía. Pero es la misma lógica. Y entonces, ¿y para qué queremos hacer eso? Pues si trabajamos al interior de la organización pública o privada, es porque queremos generar un resultado en eficiencia operacional, ¿sí? Reducir costos y ser más productivo en ese sentido. O si nos enfocamos en el customer service, o atender mejor a la ciudadanía, pues es ese lado de querer nosotros clientes o ciudadanos más felices con las entidades que nosotros estamos liderando, ¿verdad? Ahora, decidir que priorizar si trabajar primero en la eficiencia operacional de la entidad o trabajar primero en la atención al ciudadano, eso depende, ahí donde está, digamos, el quid del asunto, y depende del tipo de organización que uno está liderando. Por ejemplo, para los gobiernos, para las entidades públicas, como pasa tan rápido el tiempo y los políticos tienen o tenemos, incluyo, tenemos que entregar resultados pronto, no nos podemos quedar o enfocarnos solamente a solucionar lo que llaman los expertos en TI, el silos y espagueti de las entidades, porque necesitamos que la ciudadanía se sienta feliz, y entonces tenemos que trabajar también rápidamente en entregar mejores servicios. Pero desde el punto de vista privado, las entidades privadas, esa decisión depende mucho del ambiente competitivo del mercado o del sector en el que están trabajando. Si son industrias con mucha competencia, tienen que enfocarse de pronto más en el customer service. Si son sectores no tan competitivos, de pronto pueden dedicar más tiempo a eficiencia operacional. Pero en fin, hay un montón de variables que al final va a definir qué decisión yo tomo de esa ruta, por dónde me muevo esa ruta. Más o menos así es como he entendido yo la transformación digital.
Entonces, por ejemplo, cuando tenemos una transformación, un efecto de un plan digital para una compañía, siempre la compañía va a pensar sobre el punto de vista del consumidor, desde el consumidor para adentro, ¿no? Cómo esto se llega a la compra, por ejemplo, a la compra de servicio, a la compra de producto, y después se va bajando hasta lo que quiera hacer propiamente. El gobierno muchas veces, para mí muchas veces no queda claro, porque no se parte del punto de vista del ciudadano, pero muchas veces se parte de otros principios que no son los ciudadanos, que el fin del gobierno es para las personas, ¿no? Esta transformación no parece que se parte del punto de vista inicial del ciudadano. ¿Cómo se mira en esta situación en Costa Rica y en Colombia particularmente?
Mire, el tema es que cuando hablamos de ciudadanos, o sea, a mí ¿qué ocurre en los países actualmente? Tenemos cientos de estrategias. Estrategia de telecomunicaciones, estrategia de ciberseguridad, estrategia de inteligencia artificial, la estrategia para cumplir la estrategia de la estrategia, y ahí seguimos. Y entonces, al final, la prioridad, quién la maneja, de qué manera se convierte en una realidad, cómo se mide, es donde está el secreto. ¿Por qué? Yo no, tal vez, vamos a ver, cuando decimos, es para que los ciudadanos estén felices, no, es que los ciudadanos deben de estar felices, es que no es un si quiero o no quiero, no, es que es el origen del gobierno, y además de eso, la capacidad de poder yo dar prioridad, recursos, capacidades, y sobre todo entender lo que está sucediendo, porque les voy a decir una cosa, también conforme vamos pasando, ocupamos una renovación de personas, ocupamos una renovación de gente. Yo hoy tuve la mayor dificultad, y ahora lo compartí en el desayuno con unos colegas jóvenes, no tan jóvenes yo, ¿verdad? Pero bueno, porque yo les dije que mi mayor dificultad había sido hoy si me ponía o no me ponía corbata, porque con esta energía, ganando la Macarena y toda esa cosa tan bonita, ¿verdad? Yo no me veía pero yo soy así. Si me dan una camiseta mañana me pongo un t-shirt, pero yo soy así, uso corbata cuando doy una conferencia y me gusta usar pañuelo en la solapa. Los gobiernos deben de responder a los deseos de los ciudadanos, y la mejor manera es darnos cuenta que las tecnologías cada vez son más convergentes. Es más difícil hablar de inteligencia artificial sin tocar ciberseguridad y sin tocar telecomunicaciones, y todo debe ser mucho más convergente, porque vean ustedes la dificultad que tienen cuando hablamos de transformación digital. Mis queridos compañeros, hablamos de transformación digital, pero resulta que puede que haya pueblos donde no tengan agua, donde no tengan electricidad, donde no tengan educación, donde acceso a la educación, donde no tengan acceso a la salud. ¿Cómo les vamos a llegar a hablar de la inteligencia artificial generativa? ¿A dónde nos pueden enviar? Entonces, cuando hablamos de todo esto, yo creo que paralelo al desarrollo de infraestructura de telecomunicaciones, de infraestructura de servicios, la semana pasada estaba en Madrid y estábamos hablando sobre el tema de GovTech, cómo ya hemos pasado de hablar más de gobierno digital a hablar de transformación del Estado, de las instituciones a través de la tecnología. Entonces termino diciendo que yo pienso que debe haber prioridad debe haber convergencia, debe haber trabajo paralelo, y en algunas ocasiones, ¿saben qué digo yo? Ojalá que la inteligencia artificial no se nutra de lo que producimos los seres humanos, porque si no, el mundo del odio va a ser tan grande dentro de 5 o 10 años, porque nos hemos hecho especialistas en odiarnos y en pelear, y no tal vez en buscar puntos de convergencia hacia adelante. Y entonces la tecnología tiene valor en función de la prosperidad, si entendemos que esto es el resultado del trabajo conjunto, validado por todas estas nuevas infraestructuras y estos mundos digitales, poniendo al ser humano en el centro de la ecuación.
De acuerdo. Para continuar con esa misma idea, y lo que yo venía explicando también anteriormente es, desde el punto de vista de una organización, ya sea pública o privada, que se puede decir que está transformada digitalmente, es aquella que logra, en estas dos dimensiones que yo propuse, avanzar. O sea, que es una empresa que en sus procesos internos es eficiente gracias a la tecnología y además entrega mejores servicios a sus clientes o ciudadanía gracias a la tecnología. Como les decía, el cuidado de asuntos que va primero. Desde el punto de vista del gobierno, de acuerdo con Luis, sí o sí, la ciudadanía, uno tiene que pensar en cómo yo uso todo lo que hay disponible hoy en día de tecnología para hacer mejor mi trabajo como gobierno. Pero la cosa, creo yo, digamos en la práctica es muy complejo, porque al final, si la entidad no funciona bien internamente, eso va a bloquear la eficiencia con la cual yo puedo entregar servicios. Si yo me enfoco solamente en la atención al ciudadano y no trabajar en el back office a solucionar sobre todo los problemas de silos de información, que es muy complejo, tarde o temprano yo me enfoco solamente en la ciudadanía, y lo que hago es crear más silos, problematizo más la oficina de TI, y al final pues se acaba el gobierno. Yo de pronto termino con buena popularidad, pero termino con cada vez más problemas más complejos de información al interior. Entonces, aquí lo complicado, digamos, creo yo, como gerente público, digamos, si alguno de ustedes tiene la experiencia de ser gerente público en algún momento, yo ya no sido, es ese balance, cómo yo voy solucionando los dos temas, siempre, como decía Luis, con esa idea de que pues, al final nos debemos a la ciudadanía, es nuestro propósito de ser, si estamos hablando de una entidad pública. Entonces el tema es bien enredado, bien complejo, básicamente, y eso es lo que quiero hacer.
¿Puedo hacer una intervención? Porque me parece que la conversación está bonita, y hay una cosa que hablamos ayer y que se habló aquí, y es la necesidad de energía, la necesidad de cómo mover las máquinas. Pero ustedes saben una cosa, ayer yo me sentí muy contento cuando vi aquí, escuchaba la energía que existe, porque la energía también está en los jóvenes. Porque nosotros que ya hemos pasado, yo fui viceministro a los 27 años y fui ministro a los 42. Me queda una más por subir, ¿verdad? Vamos a ver si a los 54. Uno nunca sabe, ¿verdad? Tal vez en algún momento llegue a ser, ¿verdad? Pero lo que es importante es que los jóvenes tomen acción en eso. Y a mí me encanta cuando yo veo una sala llena de jóvenes, porque tienen claro hacia dónde vamos, que tal vez nosotros no lo hemos recibido con tanta facilidad, porque nosotros tuvimos que aprenderlo. Ustedes nacieron ya con eso. Entonces esa capacidad, esa energía, que no solamente desde el punto de vista ambiental, sino desde el punto de vista de desarrollo humano, es generador de soluciones. Y yo pienso que los espacios que ahí deben de darse son necesarios si queremos realmente una transformación digital, porque es más fácil impulsar estos cambios que se están viviendo, si se nacieron dentro de estos cambios, al menos yo, que venimos y nacimos en un mundo analógico y que tuvimos que pasar a ese mundo digital. Ustedes tienen la energía, la capacidad, el poder, y tienen que reclamar los espacios, pero sobre todo hay un tema que la inteligencia artificial no tiene, y ahí nos está superando, y yo creo que tenemos que hacer un esfuerzo, y es que la inteligencia de todos ustedes jóvenes que hoy están aquí no tengan miedo y hagan las cosas y avancen al frente, porque entonces los gobiernos, desde el punto de vista de política pública, de decisión país, van a tener claro que lo más importante es el ser humano, son los jóvenes, y que evidentemente toda esta capacidad que tenemos nosotros de infraestructura, porque yo estoy en un montón de paneles donde, Raghumaar, please take me a picture because I need to show to my wife that I am in a conference because the last 3 weeks I have been flying around the world. I have to give some proof to her. Pero lejos de eso, yo creo que lo más importante de todo es que de verdad nos demos cuenta que toda esta infraestructura de telecomunicaciones debe de darse en función de los seres humanos y que sea medible. Y que además de eso, no nos preocupemos, y con esto termino ya, no nos preocupemos por cosas que tal vez son cosméticas, no dejan de ser importantes, pero frenan muchas cosas. Y es, por ejemplo, los temas de regulación. A veces no regulamos, estrangulamos, y entonces los procesos de inversión para la investigación y desarrollo, para terminar en la innovación, llegan y se frenan todos. Entonces vamos a ver, vamos a seguir siendo followers y no vamos a seguir siendo líderes. Nosotros tenemos la capacidad de poder generarnos en un grupo de co-creación de valor para la innovación. Y ahí yo creo que tenemos grandes oportunidades, y con esto termino desde el punto de vista no solamente de que el gobierno ofrece, sino también desde el punto de vista de la demanda, tanto a nivel público y de valor público, como a nivel de valor privado dentro de las empresas.
Ahora hablamos de ya propiamente dentro del tiempo, porque salimos del cero. Es bueno que salimos del cero porque tenemos que empezar con algo muy real que pienso que lo que es así. Me gusta mucho, no sé si conocen los relatorios de Portland Institute de Washington, ¿sí? que es un instituto de Washington que sale todo año, sale un índice de los países con la prontidão tecnológica, cuando están listos para la tecnología, y se consideran 3 puntos, y esto que es mi pregunta. Siempre son 3 puntos que me gustan mucho porque pienso que están en la base de la transformación digital. El primero es infraestructura, claro, y cuando hablamos de IA hablamos de energía, data centers, agua y datos también, calidad de datos y poder de compra de datos, estructura. El segundo punto, acceso al internet de banda ancha, no para todos los ciudadanos. Entonces empezamos con estructura, después vamos al acceso, que en América Latina era una cuestión, aunque los días de hoy, ¿no? El tercer punto para pensar en un acceso digital de calidad es la educación. Los procesos de educación que son como 3 puntos que figuran la technological readiness, que llaman de technological readiness. ¿Cómo están Costa Rica y cómo está Colombia en estos 3 puntos en este momento? Esta es mi pregunta. Perdón que no pasé esta pregunta antes. Entonces yo sé que no tienen los datos muy frescos, pero pienso que saben empiezo con Iván ahora y después venimos para acá, porque si concordamos que son los 3 puntos más importantes para la implementación de IA con un agente de transformación y desarrollo social en nuestros países de América Latina.
Bueno, cuando trabajé en el Ministerio TIC de Colombia, como viceministro de Transformación Digital, y después tuve un cargo similar pero en la alcaldía de Bogotá, una de las prioridades era esta, cómo desde el gobierno ayudábamos a cerrar una brecha de talento que no ha sido difícil de medir, pero ha sido difícil medir en Colombia, pero se estima más o menos que hacen falta al menos entre 100 y 200.000 personas con habilidades duras para lo que requiere la cuarta revolución industrial. Entonces, bueno, pues se han diseñado varios programas, yo participé en la creación de varios programas y siempre en el diseño de esos programas siempre el rol del sector privado es escucharlo, saber qué quiere, cuáles son las tendencias tecnológicas, en qué necesitamos capacitar, ¿no? Ciberseguridad, nuevas tendencias en inteligencia artificial, etc. Pues siempre ha sido una constante. Creo que, al menos en mi país, se ha hecho un esfuerzo grande que ha tenido continuidad a lo largo de los gobiernos. Afortunadamente ha sido ya como una política de Estado que, independientemente del color político, se le ha dado continuidad al entrenamiento. Pero creo que sigue siendo una constante cuando hablo con los gremios y las empresas, que en Colombia hace falta gente que sepa más de esos temas. Y además, pues también están todo el resto del mercado laboral que también pues estamos ya enfrentando un proceso de cambio, también de prioridades en el cual pues creo que los temas de reskilling y upskilling todavía no están tan claros en Colombia. Tenemos unas instituciones sólidas fuertes de educación técnica, hay políticas de Estado que tienen, pero quizás no avanzamos tan rápido, no somos capaces de avanzar tan rápido como avanza el cambio tecnológico.
Mire, yo creo que tenemos la oportunidad de tener superhumanos superinteligentes si logramos un balance adecuado entre la educación y el uso de inteligencia artificial. Por primera vez en la historia tenemos la capacidad de potenciar el cerebro humano de una manera exponencial. Y ayer con los tertulios de la cena, que acá veo a mis queridos amigos ayer de la cena, yo les decía que para mí todos los seres humanos, todos, nacemos con al menos un talento. Algunos nacen con 2 o con 3. Lo único es que la diferencia entre el talento individual y el conocimiento productivo tiene como puente la educación de calidad, una educación inclusiva, innovadora, dinámica, y ahí está fallando la cosa. ¿Por qué? Porque los sistemas educativos en muchos países no tienen la velocidad de adaptación que sí tiene la tecnología. Y entonces, esos talentos individuales a veces se pierden y nunca llegan a poder lograr conocimiento productivo. O simple y sencillamente no se pierden, no tienen la oportunidad de, porque hay lugares donde el acceso a la educación no es la mejor. Y entonces, ¿qué es lo que ocurre ahí? Si lo hacemos de buena forma y logramos que eso se convierta en conocimiento productivo, vamos a tener mayor inversión extranjera directa. Costa Rica tiene una de las mayores porcentualmente de inversión extranjera directa. Nosotros lo que más exportamos son dispositivos médicos. Y entonces, el conocimiento, y estamos hablando, que les digo nada más ahí algunos datos, en Costa Rica existe 1.6, que es como un 160% de acceso a teléfonos celulares. O sea, por cada costarricense hay 1.6 teléfonos celulares, de los cuales el 95% de la población por ahí usa internet, y adicionalmente a eso pues tienen un 98% usa WhatsApp, por ejemplo. O sea, la adopción tecnológica se ha dado bien. Tenemos retos en fibra y tenemos retos en despliegues de 5G, que hasta ahorita se están dando se dio la licitación y están dando los acuerdos ejecutivos para que esto suceda. Pero lo que es importante es que si queremos, ojo, igualdad, inclusión y equidad, tenemos que dar educación. Para mí, el tema de la educación es un elemento transversal, necesario, porque ahí realmente se puede transformar, siguiendo con la palabra que utilizaba hace un rato, lo que se dice a lo que se hace. Y la consecuencia entre lo que uno dice, hace y piensa tiene que ser absoluta. Porque no hay nada más fácil que cuando termina un gobierno, en cualquier país que sea, aquí no estoy hablando de nadie en particular, de dar una justificación por qué no sucedió, porque es muy fácil. O sea, las justificaciones son como tan sencillas de dar, pero el resultado en las personas genera desigualdad y genera falta de acceso. Y entonces yo creo que lo que nosotros podemos aquí pensar es que con esa capacidad de poder generar superhumanos, de poder tener políticas públicas entendidas nuevamente como decisiones país hacia dónde debemos caminar, si lo hacemos desde el lado de que los seres humanos podemos potenciar nuestras capacidades de creación, pues yo creo que estamos en una buena posición, ¿verdad? Porque sí tenemos ese momento histórico. Como decía la colega anterior, que me encantó la presentación, yo creo que hay que también pensar en que nosotros al final somos algoritmos biológicos, porque al fin de cuentas tenemos tantos sensores, tantas cosas. Yo creo que lo más importante de todo, dentro de este algoritmo biológico que somos, es que podamos ser felices. Y eso no suena como retórica, yo creo que eso es el objetivo mayor que como seres humanos nosotros tenemos.
Pero pensando más objetivamente, ¿hay un plan nacional de desarrollo de IA en curso en Colombia, en Costa Rica?
En Costa Rica sí.
Sí, ¿qué contempla esto?
Vamos a ver, es que si vemos los índices internacionales, los diferentes que salen, de la CEPAL, etcétera, actualmente lo que se mide más es que si existe ¿cómo se llama? Una estrategia, que si tenemos objetivos, etcétera. Todavía no hemos llegado a una medición más profunda de cuáles son los resultados reales, pero yo creo que eso es a nivel global y sobre eso trabajan muchas organizaciones, ¿verdad? Ahora, Lo que es cierto es que debe darse desde el punto de vista educativo, desde el punto de vista de todo lo que tiene que ver con upskilling y reskilling, porque hay una cosa que sí es cierto, y pensando en las estrategias de desarrollo de inteligencia artificial en los países, si pensamos en prosperidad, tienen que darse cuenta que va a haber un grupo de gente que va a perder el trabajo. O sea, no hay manera de que no pase. Van a salir nuevos trabajos, etcétera, pero la velocidad de desarrollo de la inteligencia artificial versus la velocidad de desarrollo de las capacidades humanas, pues yo creo que tenemos que pensar en ser superhumanos. Pero aquí termino nada más diciendo, vieras que lo que creo que es un error es ver de manera separada lo que es la inteligencia artificial, la estrategia de inteligencia artificial a otras tecnologías, porque evidentemente cada vez es más convergente y obviamente las infraestructuras de una se necesitan en otra. O sea, tener un CECIR adecuado de ciberseguridad en el país representa un tema que protege a los seres humanos. Tener un esquema de e-health en los países es fundamental porque le da salud a los seres humanos. Y ojo, y hay un tema que no hemos hablado aquí, que nada más menciono rápidamente porque eso podría ser otro panel, y es también la manipulación cognitiva conductual que puede darse en función de que por medio de inteligencia artificial se genere el dominio de una narrativa que permita afectaciones políticas y sociales, que yo creo que ahí es fundamental que también se tenga el ojo, porque actualmente gobiernos que podrían llamarse populistas tienen esa arma, y yo creo que el pensamiento crítico que hemos hablado acá, esa capacidad de razonamiento es fundamental para que podamos seguir siendo humanos que analizamos la información, analizamos los datos y generamos a partir de nuestro propio conocimiento puntos de vista para que no haya una manipulación cognitiva conductual.
En Colombia hay política nacional de inteligencia artificial desde 2019 y fue actualizada el año pasado, este año se actualizó. Siempre es una política con una visión integral. El tema de educación es uno de los pilares importantes y ese marco de política es lo que le ha dado respaldo a muchos programas de entrenamiento. Quizás creo que como en muchos países, pues a veces entre la política y la implementación, entre la formulación y la implementación, pues hay lamentablemente unas brechas a veces enormes. Entonces creo que todavía no conozco evaluaciones de los resultados de estas políticas todavía. He visto que se han implementado varias de las cosas, pero una evaluación rigurosa de ver, bueno, qué cambió en el país todavía no lo conocemos.
Pero de desarrollo estructural también, lo digo, chips, data centers, energía.
Más como tema de, bueno, el enfoque de las políticas de IA en Colombia no han tenido como ese énfasis de política industrial, no tanto. Ha habido intentos, y se habló de temas de semiconductores en algún momento. El gobierno actual está también con cooperación de varios países tratando de aumentar capacidades propias de data centers. Ese tema ha sido más complejo de materializar.
Costa Rica tiene industria de semiconductores, o sea, nosotros tenemos una planta de Intel ahí, que ayer también hablábamos de una planta grande. Ojo, que también tenemos que entender, digamos, cómo se mueve el mundo, porque la geopolítica actual se juega en el ciberespacio, ¿verdad? O sea, los temas de inteligencia artificial, 5G y ciberseguridad se juegan en el ciberespacio, y el mundo de desarrollo geopolítico actual es en el ciberespacio. Entonces, aquí yo creo que es fundamental que haya una co-creación de valor con propósito, que además de eso considere el tema del ambiente. O sea, Costa Rica el año pasado fue el único año que no lo logró, bajó un poco, pero en los años del 2022 o 2023 hacia abajo, el 99.5% de la energía era renovable. Entonces, digamos que teníamos esa gran ventaja. Pues evidentemente hay que proteger el ambiente y ojalá que pudiésemos hacer el mayor uso efectivo de eso. Pero yo pienso que no podemos desvincular también la parte, ahora nuevamente, biológica. O sea, estamos hablando de grandes data centers, estamos hablando de grandes necesidades para mover todas estas infraestructuras, y obviamente aquí la protección del ambiente y cómo lo hagamos de una manera asertiva tiene que ser lo suficientemente funcionalmente positivo. Pero sí creo, querido público y estimados colegas, que sí tenemos que estar en función del resultado. En función, hablábamos ayer, es que ayer estuvo muy rica, además de la comida, la conversación, pero estábamos hablando también, o sea, a veces nos empecinamos tanto o nos enfocamos tanto en regular que después regulamos algo que no tenemos ni cómo medirlo, ni cómo ejecutarlo, ni cómo implementarlo, ni cómo auditarlo, ni cómo nada, ¿verdad? Entonces, yo creo que aquí entra una palabra gigantesca y les doy una solicitud de una persona que tiene más edad que ustedes, sobre todo en los jóvenes. Mire, la cooperación es esencial, pero no la cooperación que inicia, cuando inicia un evento como este y que termina el día que termina el evento. Porque en muchas ocasiones se firman statements, se firman cosas y cuando termina el día que terminó, o sea, el día que nos vamos a hacer todos felices, vamos a ayudarnos, vamos a cooperarnos, y después de que salimos de aquí, pues nos olvidamos porque nos metemos en el día a día. La cooperación es esencial. Mire, hagan redes, trabajen en equipo, pero si nosotros no tenemos una cooperación internacional robusta, yo creo que esto nos va a fallar. Pienso que esto ha venido mejorando mucho porque este es el tema que está en el momento, ¿verdad?
Gostaria de abrir un poco para la audiencia. Mari, can you help me please? Thank you so much for this. Sorry, because I cannot go down to help with the mic. And necesitan hablar en el micrófono por conta de la traducción. ¿Quién es el primero? Acá, Daniel, ¿no? Daniel.
She needs a microphone.
Necesito... Sí. ¿Tiene más uno? ¿Micrófonos? Tenemos muchas personas acá después.
Hola, ¿cómo están? Daniel.
Hola.
La pregunta es, ¿cómo hacen los gobiernos de la periferia, por entre muchas comillas, ¿no?, para adoptar tecnología que tenga beneficios a sus sociedades, teniendo en cuenta los términos que se habló en el día anterior de la cosmotécnica, los Hui, y pienso también en Eric Sadin, que son filósofos que están pensando justamente en la adopción de la tecnología y cómo impactan en las sociedades. Básicamente, ¿cómo hacen las sociedades de la periferia para adoptar tecnologías para resolver sus propios problemas? ¿Qué tienen que tener?
Puede ser como la señora atrás.
Bueno, recientemente estaba leyendo algo, bueno, soy economista de formación, entonces los temas de desarrollo económico de Latinoamérica en particular me interesan mucho, y creo que hay un diagnóstico muy claro sobre América Latina, y es que América Latina siempre, bueno, va bien en muchos indicadores, convergemos en muchos indicadores en países desarrollados, pero no hemos sido capaces de aumentar nuestra productividad marginal del trabajo, los economistas. Y uno de los problemas de eso ha sido porque siempre hemos llegado tarde a las revoluciones industriales, con unos rezagos enormes. Entonces, se puede mirar el caso del ferrocarril, el caso de la energía eléctrica, siempre llegamos tarde. Y esa tardía adopción de tecnología pues, nos pone en unas situaciones de desventaja frente al mundo desarrollado. En este caso, lo que estamos viviendo hoy en día con la inteligencia artificial, pues parece que los países de América Latina han estado un poco más atentos a encontrar la forma de que no lleguemos tarde a adoptar esta tecnología para nuestro sector productivo. Ahora, relacionando eso con la conversación de ayer, yo creo que esto es tan novedoso y tan desconocido que cada país, con sus políticos y sus técnicos, con sus buenas intenciones, tratan de identificar los marcos de referencia que mejor les apliquen en ese momento y empezar a trabajar. En mi caso, lo que hemos hecho, he tenido la oportunidad de trabajar para la Alcaldía de Bogotá y para el Gobierno Nacional de Colombia, y ha sido tener marcos de referencia de los países desarrollados, trabajar sobre casos de uso. Debemos saber identificar qué necesita Colombia y qué puedo yo resolver con tecnología, y sobre esos casos de uso empezar a avanzar y estar muy atento a qué ocurre también en los países que mandan la palabra en esos temas para ir adaptando, pero siempre con el ánimo de no volver a quedarnos en ese rezago milenario que tenemos.
Sí, nada más, Daniel, te comprometo con lo siguiente: las políticas nacionales deben de estructurarse de tal manera que también vayan a políticas municipales, ¿verdad? O sea, para que desde la micro organización a nivel pues, local hasta el gobierno central fluya información y además de eso fluya esfuerzos, prioridades y recursos, porque si no, sí podemos correr el riesgo de que los municipios queden aletargados. Y conste, hay un tema acá también, que los municipios, sobre todo en temas por ejemplo, de despliegue de infraestructura, de 5G o de fibra óptica, también apoyen para que se dé de una manera expedita y no haya demasiada burocracia que evite que tengamos esa infraestructura en el momento adecuado, ¿verdad? Por favor.
Okay. ¿Qué tal? Buen día, soy Pamela Crespo de Ecuador. Mi pregunta va en el sentido de pues los tres verticales, ¿no? Los datos, el talento y también la infraestructura. Pues estuve en una clase en Singapur y decían como que Singapur pues maneja, y ellos hacían la comparación, no sé si han visto el aeropuerto de Singapur que tiene como que todo pues cuidado, todo pues manejado, ¿no? Desde el gobierno, ¿no? Entonces ellos decían como que la innovación está traccionada desde el gobierno, contrario por ejemplo a Silicon Valley, que la innovación es pues un poquito más traccionada por las empresas y es como que más un ecosistema. Y quisiera como que pues también ver su punto de vista de cómo podría aterrizar o cómo se debería manejar la innovación en Latinoamérica, pensando en que si es que deberíamos como que incidir desde los gobiernos en temas, por ejemplo, centros de nuevas habilidades tecnológicas y creativas digitales para hacer este reskilling y upskilling y también poder mover, ¿no? los trabajos, que es súper importante para todos estos trabajos que se van a perder a los nuevos trabajos, ¿no? Entonces, ¿cómo ustedes ven la relación, ¿no? ¿El gobierno debería traccionar o la empresa debería traccionar esta innovación? Hablando también de la infraestructura, de los datos y del talento. Gracias.
El índice de YPO en innovación pone a Chile-México en el lugar 50 y algo por ahí, o sea, mitad de tabla, y son los que están más arriba en América Latina. Nosotros en América Latina tenemos mucho que aprender en los temas de innovación. Y Costa Rica tiene un 0.04% del Producto Interno Bruto y la mayor cantidad de eso viene del sector público y no del privado. Yo creo que una de las cosas que debemos nosotros hacer con el tema de innovación es eliminar el castigo a la innovación. Y cuando hablo de castigo a la innovación, ¿qué significa? El castigo a la innovación es que si nosotros conseguimos un grant, conseguimos un fondo para poder generar un proceso de investigación y desarrollo para la innovación y fallamos, quedamos con la deuda, desprestigiados y nadie nos ayuda. Y entonces eso funciona al revés de cómo es la innovación, porque la innovación es un proceso en donde el fallo es parte del desarrollo para poder tener éxito. Entonces, si nosotros castigamos el fallo, estamos impidiendo la innovación y además de eso estamos amarrando para que la gente no dé el paso adelante. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que creo? Que el gobierno tiene que ser un habilitador, o sea, un habilitador desde una idea muy inicial, donde se pueda generar capacitación, apoyo, acompañamiento, hasta procesos de diversificación, de crecimiento, de internacionalización. Entonces, y vamos a ver, un tema súper importante, y que es que cada uno de estos temas da para un panel, ¿verdad? Y que es el tema de
una conferencia.
Exactamente, que la generación de clústeres, porque yo creo que acá la posibilidad de lograr mayor capital y mayor éxito es generando clústeres de innovación en donde pues podamos nosotros potenciar, pero sí de quitar definitivamente el castigo a la innovación, sino más bien potenciar el concepto de que el fallo, si se lleva de una manera adecuada, pues es una escalera o es un step que se debe dar en función de llegar al éxito del innovador. Nada nace grande en este mundo.
Para complementar, creo que la innovación en el sector privado se puede dar con o sin gobierno, pero creo que si el gobierno participa de alguna manera, puede potenciarse más. Creo que un ejemplo es la compra pública de innovación. Creo que la industria satelital de Estados Unidos hoy en día que no se entendería sin la compra pública de innovación, ¿verdad? Entonces el éxito de empresas privadas que colaboran con la NASA es porque tienen un modelo de compra pública de innovación exitoso. En Latinoamérica, o al menos lo que yo conozco de algunos países, en mi caso es que esa compra pública de innovación es muy compleja, muy difícil, porque decía Luis, a veces se castiga si la innovación pues no funciona, entonces creo que ahí fallamos todavía mucho como gobierno.
Yo pido perdón, pero estamos bien en tiempo del coffee break, sí, y puede hablar con ellos en coffee break, pero lo daré 10 segundos a cada uno para las últimas palabras y vamos al coffee break.
10 segundos. Primero que todo, muchas gracias. Segundo, jóvenes, no tengan miedo, generen redes y piensen en que solo de manera conjunta podemos nosotros salir adelante. Y además de eso, disfrutemos este momento histórico donde la tecnología y el ser humano nos permiten ser mejores personas y además de eso, dar a nuestros pueblos mayor felicidad. Así es que en sus manos está y cuenten con nosotros los que estamos un poquito más pasados de edad. Muchas gracias.
En mi caso, no, pues recomendarles que, como todos son jóvenes, yo soy profesor también, siempre hago este tipo de charlas, es estudien mucho sus temas. Eso cambia demasiado rápido, manténganse siempre en la frontera y usen la tecnología para potenciarse y no para algo que mencionó el anterior panelista. Y skill loss, tengamos cuidado con eso, potenciémonos, miremos cómo podemos crecer y no que la tecnología nos vuelva perezosos, cómo lo usamos para crecer nosotros cada día.
Gracias, Luis. Gracias, Miguel. Tenemos 30 minutos de café, 11:15 volvemos, por favor. 11:15 mismo, ¿no? Por favor, quedamos acá para...
Discussion of ongoing process about what we're going to do in terms of strategy and regulation. Unlike, as you say, Europe and the USA and other regions like Asia, China probably, which you mentioned, Latin America hasn't really been in these discussions in a very deep state. We, in the era of social media, we always tend to copy-paste policies, regulations, and someone in the previous panel, they were mentioning Latin America is always arriving late to technology, but also always arriving late to discussions on these things. And I think we are still in that process. We are depending the level of adoption and discussion about what we are going to do with the policy about artificial intelligence is in a very early stage. Some countries are in more development than in other ones, probably Chile, Uruguay, and Brazil. Those are the countries that, in terms of AI governance and norms, they have been in the front with these kind of discussions. However, countries like Mexico, and it's probably because of the proximity with the United States, we are ahead in adopting the technology, which is also different, and which also put us in a different dilemma in terms of, with this rapid adoption of the technology, where are we going in terms of public policy and norms and regulation? And it's an ongoing debate that is not solved. Some countries, Mexico probably have been in discussions about we need to innovate without, we need to regulate without killing innovation. And we've been talking about probably flexible regulatory environments. I can mention it in her previous presentation. The UNESCO RAM assessment indicates that probably we should look at flexible regulatory frameworks. Mexico has been in discussions about sandboxes. Sandboxes is nothing more than put a bunch of experts together, including regulators, technologies, experts, academic, civil society, people with human rights expertise in the digital sector, and talk about regulation in the case-by-case sector, and that's probably one solution. This has been in the discussions among some of the technical people, but the problem, as the previous panel mentioned, is that the politicians, they don't really they are not really looking into these debates. They are still talking about the typical regulation about a bill, passing a bill. So we have in Mexico, and I think it's the same for other countries, including the United States, hundreds of bills, proposed bills for regulate AI, and there are more than, I don't know, hundreds. None of them are talking to each other. So we are in a very fragmented and in a very complicated state. Chile has already implemented, or is in the process of implementing in a more formal way, sandboxes. For AI, is the first country in Latin America. Brazil has had some discussions, and Colombia and Mexico have had implementation of sandboxes, but in the fintech sector. Actually, Mexico has the fintech, the sandbox figure for the fintech sector, but we haven't been able to implement that because, and I think this is a very important thing for our region because of institutional coordination, and that's something that we really like, and it's really stopping us about how we are going to do. I mean, I know this conversation could be very boring, but when in these previous panels we were talking about power concentration, how the power that is concentrated is either on big laboratories, big companies, or in the government. And we as society, that we use the technology, that we get affected, we really need to get into the conversation. Sandboxes, multi-stakeholder environment is probably a way to do so. And we really need to put more attention in how we get our voices into these conversations. I don't want to go further, because I don't want to take more time, but
I have more questions later, but yeah, we are coming back for sure. Super. So, look, sandboxes is a type of, let's say, flexible regulation. I don't know if flexible and regulation in the same sentence we can say it, but from your policy perspective, what are the key risks of over-regulation or no regulation, because we saw a similar thing in the US with no regulation, and these type of policies and agile frameworks, they can keep up with technological change, because every day in AI is 1 year. So what is your opinion?
Yeah, so, well, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. You know, I'm glad that CC already brought up sandboxes, and I think that in thinking about your question as you were presenting it, there's essentially two parts to that. So it's easier to know what the potential harms of not regulating AI are. I think we can see that when it comes to employment, when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to decision making, housing. These are the things that we've already been talking about today, and even yesterday, and hopefully we'll continue talking about. But the second part of that question of what is the danger of overregulation is much more complicated, and I think the best way to explain this is actually by there's a French economist named Frédéric Bastiat who wrote a wonderful essay entitled "That Which Is Seen and That Which Is Not Seen." And in this essay, he presents what's known as the parable of the broken window. So essentially, the premise of the parable is that there is a glazier, a window maker, whose business is a little downtrodden, and so his son takes it upon himself to go around town and break all of the windows so that he can, his father will have more business. And it's presented as this wonderful thing because the thing that is seen is that the glazier, the window maker, makes a lot of money, and he survives and his business thrives. But what Frédéric Bastiat was smart about and realizing was the part of that is unseen is the opportunity cost. So if I owned a business and Daniel decided to be very mean and break all of my windows, I would have to pay money to fix those windows. That's money that I couldn't spend elsewhere. So what does this 19th century economist's parable have to do with artificial intelligence? Well, I think a lot. That what we're dealing with right now is we know what some of the harms are, and we should certainly address those harms. but we have to be very certain about the opportunity costs of what we are doing and how we are regulating. And so I think a really good example of this is actually, as Cece brought up, the regulatory sandboxes. So I was speaking with somebody yesterday who works in biotechnology and artificial intelligence, and we had a really wonderful conversation about the distinction between regulating research in healthcare and then deployment and distribution in healthcare. So it's one thing to use an artificial intelligence system in order to do wonderful research and try and find new things. It is a very different thing to then use that artificial intelligence system on every patient across your medical network. And so when I think about over-regulating, we should be very careful of understanding that distinction between research and cutting-edge technology, and then the deployment and use of those technologies. And this is where I think Cece brought up the sandboxes is very helpful, because one of the things that these flexible regulatory environments can do is they can allow people to do startups, to do research, to find these cutting-edge distributions, and it's only once those things get out in the wild and start impacting real people's lives, impacting these important decision makings about healthcare, about housing, about employment, that's when you need to start caring more about the regulatory environment.
Great, thank you very much. So Daniel, we heard about the sandboxes. There is a huge conversation out there about what we can do. What are the most effective policy levers that you are identifying in order to enable innovation? And of course, while safeguarding the whole concept against the misuse and all the broken windows out there.
It's a great question, and again, thanks for having me here at the conference. So first of all, I think every problem, every potential harm related to AI is unique, and you have to look at the specific context in which the harm might occur. You have to, to use, some of the language from your presentation yesterday. Think about the future and the multiple futures that might exist. When you see a harm, when you can think of a harm, that doesn't mean the harm will necessarily occur, because there's so many, pathways to get to that harm where there might be an intervention. It could be market forces, it could be changes in norms, it could be application of existing regulation, or it could be new regulation, right? There's lots of things that can occur here. And so, when I think about just broadly, what is the most effective tool in the arsenal for policymakers, it's really attention. It's attention to these types of issues. And that if you think about the types of harms that have occurred from technological innovation in general, most of those are unintended consequences, right? They're not necessarily things that we're foreseeing. Some of them were maybe just unforeseeable at the time of the innovation. Sometimes, the issue was that there wasn't enough attention. Hey, it was foreseeable, but people weren't working on that issue for a particular reason. And there can be, other reasons. Sometimes it's ignorance, but very rarely is it, malfeasance, where it's intentional, intentional design to cause harm to these technologies. And when I talk about attention, though, it's not just, can we have policymakers, hold hearings and be on a soapbox and say, this is wrong or that might be wrong, and talk about those issues, although that's part of it, because that does encourage companies to be responsible. It lets them know that people are paying attention. But attention can also be R&D. It could be, actually trying to find what is a technical solution to this problem, or can we research the socio-technical solutions to this problem? Because sometimes the reason, industry hasn't solved something is because they don't actually have the answer, and we still have to research what that answer is. Sometimes it's, it's government procurement. It's trying to be an early adopter of this technology, because when government's an early adopter of technology, it can set the standard of what it wants to see. It can say, we're only going to buy this technology if these factors are taken into consideration, and so that can help drive the market in a new way. And it can also be, investment in areas that the private sector likely won't address. And a great example of that one, when I think about AI, is cybersecurity. right? Cybersecurity is an area where AI has the potential to be incredibly harmful in terms of enabling cyber attacks and also incredibly beneficial in terms of making it easier to defend against them. We know there's a huge incentive for the attackers to use AI. They have these tools today. We're seeing it already being deployed to write malware more quickly, to analyze zero-day exploits, to do all these types of things. In the private sector, there's also a motivation to use these tools to design better things. But we know that cybersecurity is a public good. A company that makes the best cybersecurity tool, they get some value from selling that tool, but we all collectively get more value by living in a more secure world. And so the private sector is never going to fully capture that value. And so there's always going to be a lack of investment in this area. And so we have to think about, well, what's the government's role to actually get this to happen faster? And so I think when you put all that together, the other part of this intention is for government also patience. Because there's the unintended consequences of technology, there's also the unintended consequences of policy. And so if you move too quickly too soon, policymakers also can't see the future. And that's, I think, the biggest risk we see when you look at regulations like the AI Act from Europe, and you look at when it started to be drafted, and then the various versions that went through before it was implemented. It changed radically. It was first drafted before ChatGPT even came out. There was no consideration for large language models in the first draft. There was no consideration for frontier models in the second draft. They kept updating it. And the current draft, the one that's being implemented right now, there's no consideration of agentic AI. And so this rush to regulate also can put countries at a disadvantage. And so, this idea of flexible regulation, I think, is really important because it's basically saying, we don't know what we don't know yet. And so we have to be patient, we have to be attentive, we have to keep working on this issue, not ignoring the issue, but keep working on it.
Great, thank you very much. One thing is that we see that the LLMs and the whole concept start from a white paper that is all you need is attention, and now we need attention from the regulators in order to, let's see, a transformer for politics. Let's move forward to the next question. And I want to ask you, Sissi, what is the role of digital sovereignty playing shape in AI regulation? And of course, we saw the AI Act in Europe. I was lucky enough to be part of this committee and working with Greece to create our strategy. But we understood with the hard way that we need some kind of sovereignty plan that can make sense both locally but also European-wide for us relevant. So what does the role of digital sovereignty is for you?
Yeah, that's a really important question, and some of my favorite topics that I think we still need to be talking about. Just in February, there was this summit in Paris about the world got together to discuss what we're going to do with AI governance, and we all know the results, about let's go faster, probably, yeah, let's have some security issues, but let's go faster, let's implement. And unfortunately, Latin America doesn't really have a voice in there. And I was very worried that the AI governance, AI regulatory issues, if you can say so, they are in discussions of some other regions, but not in Latin America. So we are only being consumers and not creators. And that's really worrying because of all the risks that my colleagues here and my previous panelists have discussed. And this is where we need to take hands on it. And as you say, this sovereignty, where do we stand? We don't create software. I mean, we are not the leaders on creating these big models, big labs. Our data, sad or not, they are all over the board. I mean, all the companies have our data. Our countries haven't, or our government haven't been able to put specific laws to protect our privacy and our data, and we all have this lack of digital literacy in how to protect our privacy. So no software development, no data privacy, which are components important in this AI stack. But what's something that I think Latin America can have a voice and a little bit of control in this AI sovereignty is about infrastructure. Because obviously for you to have big data centers or big, well, the semiconductor industry, wherever you're going to produce all this infrastructure that you need to run all these AI systems, is what you need energy, you need water, you need a land, and that's where we can have a voice on how we can take part in this discussion. And I think, again, it's not going to be a matter of the government is going to solve it, or the AI labs, or the privacy, the private sector is going to. It's going to be a matter of multi-stakeholder. We really need to create partnerships where in this deployment of infrastructure, we have a say. And some countries in Latin America, some big labs have gone to, for let's say Mexico, which is the country I come from, and put big data centers for cloud regions. And the thing is, oh, we're investing, great, come here, but you only, and we will create 2,000 jobs. But that's not, we really need, with these flexible regulatory approaches in a multi-stakeholder environment, we really need to create this partnership where that knowledge creation is also transferred to the country. So all this capacity of innovation, I mean, we were talking about innovation in Latin America, but we don't have that innovation used to be in the academy, in the universities. Now it's in the big laboratories, in the big companies, and not in our academic sector. So we really need to create these partnerships where that knowledge is also transferred and shared and is in a co-creation with the local. And that's where I think, in my point of view, Latin America can have this sovereignty, not control, but participation in a multi-stakeholder environment. So we really need to address not only about regulation in a very unflexible way, we really need to innovate on how we regulate, and we're in a big challenge, but I think Latin America can take that control back, or can take that voice back into the conversation at a global level.
Great. Before I continue to next question, I will put also our stainless promo plug, and this is what is DCN about, is to connect all these multi-stakeholders, is to give access to different tools and trainings around AI. There are many models out there that they are open source and we can work together without investing trillions. We don't have, if we have, we will invest. But so far, the concept, all the keywords that you mentioned in your response, they are really deep in the DCN DNA in order to create a multi-stakeholder approach that everyone can have a voice and find flexible solutions. Because the concept of flexible solutions is, for our perspective, from my personal perspective for sure, the only way to go forward. Because then we will find a very fragmented world that we don't have access to these tools because the big companies went too far, or other types of governance move a step forward or 2 steps back. So, and in order to do that, we need international collaboration. So, Daniel, how do you see international collaboration evolving around AI and AI standards? And of course, what might be a practical roadmap for transatlantic or, for me, even global collaboration?
Yeah. So I think when we talk about global collaboration, there's usually 2 models that people pursue. One is harmonization, which basically means everyone follows the same set of rules. And harmonization can be useful if we all agree what the goals are and we agree on the means to get to those goals. And the other is interoperability, where we say we have different ways of achieving different goals, but we're going to find ways to work together. I think the risk with harmonization, which is, there's been a number of proposals to have, some kind of global AI governance body that really sets the rules globally, not only just like the practical challenges of doing that, but there's the risk of who's the rule maker and who's the rule taker. And I think we're seeing that, to your point about, the Paris Summit and some of these other summits, we're seeing forums where AI policy is being made, where there are many countries that are not represented. And, they are going to be using AI just as much as everyone else. We're all going to be using AI. And so the question about who's setting the rules of the road really matters here, because different people have different perspectives on what the right rule should be and how it impacts them and their goals and their livelihoods. So I think that's a big part, and so I think interoperability should be a vision, and we've done this in privacy, for example. There's something called the Global Cross-Border Privacy Framework. It was created in APEC, which was kind of this Asia alliance, economic alliance, and now it's global. And it recognizes the fact that lots of different countries want to protect data, they want to protect privacy, but they don't necessarily have the exact same rules. So it has a framework for how countries can work together and enable cross-border data flows. And so when we're thinking about AI and AI governance and regulation, I think that interoperability has to be key. So you can start looking at very specific things, for example, like if a country is going to require an audit or red teaming before an AI system can be released, well, what does that look like? And can it be done once and then applied globally? It doesn't have to be done in every single country. There's those types of rules. I think beyond just the kind of regulatory part, which, again, sometimes we need, sometimes we don't, and different countries might think about that in different ways, I think we also have to think about the norms around how AI is being used and the values that we actually agree on. And this is something that I think has been really lost in the conversation about AI. When the internet was, really being popularized and globalized, the US at the time, I think, actually had a very important message that it tried to spread. And that was around the value of internet freedom. And really internet freedom is that there's multiple freedoms that we want to have for people that are coming online. And many countries endorse these views. It's this idea that, for example, we don't want online censorship, that everyone should have access to information. People should be able to communicate with who they want. Recognizing that there are limits on legal speech, but generally we want people to be free to create businesses, to sell across borders, to do all these things that the internet really empowers individuals to have better quality of life. We're not having that same conversation about AI freedoms and AI rights that we want individuals to have. This idea that people should, if you think about AI, it's going to be what is the intermediary between people and information, between people and communication. We're already using bots to ask questions, about knowledge, to write emails to each other. And so, if that is going to be an intermediary, what kind of protections do we want to have for free speech? What kind of assurances do we want to have that there won't be various types of censorship in these models? What kind of guarantees do we want to have around protection of cultural and artistic works that these systems might create? There's also just all sorts of free expression ideas, responsible speech. We need to be thinking about how we're going to operationalize those different values and how we talk about them. And to me, when I hear us talking about what should the kind of global norms be or global standards be around AI, it has to start there. It has to start with these questions of, do we actually agree on certain freedoms? Because we should be building towards a better world and using AI as a means to help us get there.
Great, thank you very much. As DCN, we try to tap into different conversations with different types of general purpose technologies. One of them is blockchain, and we have similar forums like this in other parts of the world around the blockchain. And I want to ask Luke, given your interest in decentralized technologies, could the blockchain-based solution offer a path to AI accountability, or we don't mess with two big buzzwords and we don't blend AI and blockchain? It's too huge to be true.
Yeah, I noticed the audience did perk up quite a bit when you brought blockchain into the conversation. I think it's very clear that we're going to see, and we already are seeing the mixture of these technologies. One of the things that I feel in these forums and these conversations that we have is, obviously, I think AI is, or
is the central piece of the conversation, but sometimes that we can lose sight of the fact that these are all intermixed technologies, and the mixture of I mean, we can talk about specific things that you can do. I think blockchain will be fantastic for doing attestation, for data, for knowing. One of the problems that the AI companies are having now is they call it the death of the internet, because the internet is just being swarmed with AI-generated content. Well, one of the things that you need to build a good AI system is good data. And so they're having severe problems of trying to scrape through all of the AI-generated slop to find the good pieces of data that they can then use to keep advancing these models. And so I think specifically, I think blockchain has a very good use in that category. But I also think, as a broader point, that sometimes it's easy to lose sight of how intermixed all of these conversations are. I think, I don't want to bore everybody by talking about telecommunications, but AI isn't very useful if you don't have internet. AI is completely not useful at all if you don't have electricity. And so those are important parts and parts of this conversation that I think we get lost. I do a lot of work around social media platforms and kind of the digital environment that we currently live in. And they've been using AI since the beginning. We didn't call it AI, we called it algorithms, we called it all sorts of other things, but these conversations are all intermixed. And so one of the things that when we're talking to policymakers in the United States is simply reminding them that to be hasty and to talk about artificial intelligence, you've got to remember how intermixed all of these things are. And flipping a lever here can cause a ripple over there. And so that's one of the really interesting things. And just on, I'm glad that Cici and Daniel both talked about the Paris Accords, or whatever they're called. But I had some colleagues there, and one of the most interesting things was, no offense to any Europeans in the audience.
I was there too, so.
Yeah, well, Europeans can't agree on anything. The U.S. delegation essentially ended up walking out because they didn't feel like the conversation was actually going to produce anything concrete and worthwhile. And the thing that was produced was essentially a very flowery resolution about all of these wonderful principles that we agree on. And so I make this point not to beat up on the Europeans or the Americans, because we also can't agree on anything, clearly. But there is a moment now where the world needs leadership on artificial intelligence. The world needs leadership on artificial intelligence, but also on digital rights and digital technologies more generally. And I think Latin America can serve a very important role in leading these conversations, as Cici and people have brought up multiple times. We've been historically been behind the curve on adopting technologies, but you could be ahead of the curve on this time. And I think that's the importance of DCN, that's the importance of these conversations in these forums, is hopefully that you all, I mean, I don't want to tell Latin America what to do, you all can have conversations yourselves and figure out how to lead, because the leadership isn't happening right now on the international stage. And that's not just around AI, it's around all of these interconnected issues and technologies.
Thank you very much. Before we finalize the panel, and thank you very much for all these interesting opinions, I want to pick your brain with a very short sentence of each one of you. If someone from the DCN community that is here right now wants to do one practical thing to move the needle forward and create something, cooperate on something, work even with you on something, what is this number one priority you will say to the audience that this is a number one priority? And of course, afterwards, during the break or during lunch, don't leave them to eat, just go there and say that you said that and we can work together. So be cautious.
I'm rarely cautious.
For me, I think it's two things. The most important thing that you can do is to get involved. I think, especially when it comes to government, we are in a little bit of a bubble here today. I saw everybody yesterday, we raised hands and said, everybody uses AI. We're the exceptions. A lot of the people that are in power, a lot of the people that are making the decisions, a lot of the people that are in the room having these conversations about how AI will be regulated are, quite frankly, not technologists. They don't understand it, they're not using it every day. And you're the people in this room that have that experience. And one of the things that is very helpful is to share those experiences, share what you know about the technology, share your passion, share your knowledge with those people in power. And what I've found in my own experience is, more often than not, a simple email, a simple cold outreach and saying, hey, I would love to talk to you, I'm really interested in artificial intelligence. People want to have these conversations. So I would encourage you to do that in your own countries, in your own, on your own governments. But if you want to do it in the United States, come talk to me. The State Department is also very interested in hosting these conversations, having these conversations, and hopefully collaborating so that whether it's Latin America leading, the United States leading, or everybody leading in tandem, they want to hear what's happening around the world, and so we would love to continue these conversations.
Thank you.
But I like eating, so don't
do the coffee break.
Okay, we can do the coffee break.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty much in the same way. I mean, we really need to get involved. So this multi-stakeholder collaboration, public-private partnership that we are talking about, bigger organizations, is the way we really need to take. We don't really need to have or to leave public policy and regulation in the hands of specific people who, in many times, as Luke said, they don't really know what are the effects, how it's developing, what is the innovation component of them. So I do really believe in this co-creation in order for us as a humanity or as a Latin American people, where we want to head off. What are the rules of the community that we want to set in terms of how we use AI, where do we use AI? So, and this may sound a bit boring, but the way in the way of defining public policy and regulation is a responsibility for all of us. So it's, sometimes I have seen that, oh well, no, but this happened with such and such platform, but the government should do something about it, or the government should have foreseen this. And it's not. I mean, it's so complex that it's a matter of all of us. So I do agree, multi-stakeholder, public-private partnerships, that's the way. And get involved in the conversation, definitely.
Super. Daniel, because we already ate 7 minutes, be as quick as possible.
Of course. My primary focus is on how do we accelerate AI adoption in ways that empower and improve people's lives. And I think when we think about technological innovation, we assume that all the benefits will just occur over time, maybe the private sector is doing it or researchers, and we just have to guard against the risk. My point is we have to not only prevent the harm, we also have to figure out how do we enable the opportunities? How do we have policies that actually help us maximize the potential? I'm very interested in basically how can we have those policies that help support the beneficial uses of AI, the positive uses of those that empower individuals. And I think that's going to be very context, industry specific, it's going to be country specific. Very interested in breaking down those barriers. So anyone that wants to work on those issues, please come talk to me.
Thank you very much. Alex? We continue our next panel. So thank you once again. I don't know what you are going to do with all these chairs, but it's okay.
We have 4 chairs for 2 persons, 2 people, and no one will use the chair. So I will take it out. Sorry, I will continue in English for the next 2 talks, okay? So for those who want to keep the headphones. The next subject, the next topic we're going to talk about is about the situation in Brazil. The situation of AI in Brazil. In terms of developing enterprises, encouraging new enterprises, entrepreneurship, but also the ethical side. So I'm very proud to call here for the stage Dr. Dora Kaufman from Brazil. Gracias por Dora is a professor of artificial intelligence and digital design at the Pontifical Catholic University of São Paulo. She's an economist, PhD economist, and has two postdoctorates, one in Rio de Janeiro, in the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, and the other in Catholic University. She's working with everybody in Brazil, that's what I must say. She has a very multidisciplinary approach. She's working with the private sector. She's working, I don't know if I could say that, but she's working with the Supreme Court, straight with the Supreme Court with the team of AI. She's working with the President of the Republic. She's working with everyone. So she's known as the Iron Lady of AI in Brazil. So, Dora, thank you so much. She's going to talk about AI in Brazilian enterprises, strategies, challenges, and future directions. Stage is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. It's a challenge to talk about something before the lunchtime, but it's only 30 minutes and then we'll be free. Don't worry about that.
One more. After you, there's one more.
There is another one. I'm not the last one. And well, talking about AI, it's I think everybody here is agree that AI is the most complex technology ever. I remember that yesterday showed that a majority of people that are here are using AI in their work or in daily basis, and then you are familiar with this complexity. As talking about Latin America, where is Cici? Cici. We have a lot of things to talk. I hope to have the opportunity to talk with you. And as Cici said, Latin America, it's always later. There are a lot of reasons for that, of course. But one of the reasons, probably the most important, maybe it's exactly the complexity of this technology. Talking about AI, it's very difficult for the decision maker, if you're talking about public or private sector, to understand deeply this technology. It's not only in Brazil, it's not only in Latin America, in all the world. I followed all the process for AA Act in Europe. It's they had there the same problem. In the end, they had a very complexity law that started with only before the article. They start with 180 initial considerations. So try to predict everything, all the problems for all the sectors. They produce something so complex that is now they are in the moment they are trying the European Commission to simplify the A Act, the law. Thank you so much. Can you open? Yes. Okay, thank you. Well, because of the time that is short, and I decided to share with you some things that are going on in Brazil. That is important. We have a lot of problems. All the kind of problems, as probably part of you are familiar, but you have some things interesting going on, and I will try to share with you. So basically, this that I will share is based on the DCN statement that is asking us to talk about governance frameworks, investment in digital infrastructure in our country. What's wrong? No. The technology is so developed, but the basic never works. Okay. Yeah, okay, thank you. Infrastructure is crucial for AI. Right? Everybody knows that. And Brazil has potential to be the data center hub. You have a lot of, that I will show you, we have a lot of good conditions, favorable conditions for data center. And now it's in the middle, the government, the coordinator was an initiative from the Ministry of Economy, put together a lot of other public organization, other ministers, and they created a plan, for data center in Brazil. And first, they started investigating the problem. And there are two if you think about digital sovereign at risk, we have two situations very worried. One, that 60% of Brazilian digital card is processed in the US. I'm not talking about they are processing in data centers, American data centers. I'm saying that is processed in the US. And that is a risk because if, for example, I don't know why or when, but we had an interruption in submarine cables, we paralyzed the country. That is a lot of risk, and especially because the trend is increased. More, if you don't do anything, probably we will have more than 60% in a few years. The second is because we have a data protection law, and they specify that there are always a few situations that you can transfer the personal data. Then this is the point of start that this investigation from the government. Well, what is the Brazilian competitive advantage? First is cheap, renewable, and available energy. We have 89% of our electricity matrix is renewable. And compared with the United States, it's only 24%. The other thing is the tropical climate with high solar incidence. We have solar practically all the year. Constant winds, that is very good also. Abundant land, you have a space to build, to construct data centers. Absence of natural disasters. Interconnected ecosystem. That is historical. Since the 1980s, we started with process to interconnect all the electricity system. In Latin America, when we talk about Latin America, Brazil needs the capacity in Latin America, but this was the other very, very important point when they started, this group of, from the government started investigating that we have the biggest installed capacity in Latin America, and I said, but it's 25% more expensive to process in Brazil, even using the same provider. And that is very strange. Why can be that? Why the reason? And then they form a group of specialists and start to investigate that. The problem, the reason of this very expensive came from the taxation. That is the reason. And then there is no other reason, because all the other conditions is favorable, it's good, you have a lot of advantage, you can be a hub for everybody, because now, probably you are familiar also, the energy is one of the maybe, I don't know where, but can be limited for advance of AI. And they are looking, all the big providers are looking for alternative to have to install data center. And then we approved in the Congress recently a new tax. We have a new tax reform But this tax reform that will reduce the tax for the fixed assets, but will be implemented only 2033. And then what this national data center policy propose something that they call it redata, that will benefit only for data center before 2026. And then if the provider agree with the conditions, they will have the benefits from the taxation before till 2026, before the data, the previous data for the tax reform implemented. This is the counterpart in this document, in this strategy, that to get the benefits, the provider has to accept these 5 things. Sustainable data centers, priority for solar and wind energy, that we have a lot. Energy efficient, provided by metrics such as power usage effectiveness. Commitment to zero carbon, direct or indirect. Reservation of 10% of installed capacity for domestic market. And then percentage of research, something about 2%, it's not fixed yet, but it's around 2% for investing in local AI ecosystem. Especially for research, academic research, everywhere. Well, this is no. Okay, this is I think it's the main project that is going on now in Brazil concerning AI. Is to create, as Cici said, also infrastructure is basic. Without infrastructure, we don't have any digital economy, and we will have AI. Well, the other point that I wanted to share is general purpose technology changing the logic of the economy and society. No? I used to say that AI is not a mere technology. It's a way to change the world function. That is more than a technology. And you need it. There are a lot of benefits and there are a lot of risks, a lot of things that work when you think about the concept of AI for good. And then, one of the most important, my point of view, that is the changing, that is affected not only the economy, the companies, but everywhere, everybody, that there is a shift from a world of a deterministic machine to a probabilistic machine. Every time that you have a relationship, we discuss it, we make research about with the companies, the private sector. This is the most important point. Because when you talk about identify and monitor the risk, in this situation is much easier. Here is very complex because, as you know, because you are familiar with AI, it's not only because it's a probability. That's one point. The second is the date. When you put more data in the system, you change the system. Then every discussion about the compliance, for example, to analyze that the system is in compliance with all rules, ethicals, and regulation laws. In the beginning, in this situation, it's okay, but there is not enough. And then this is more really. We made a very important that I'll show you in a minute, in a second, I think. You made a research in our, for how the big companies, the public companies in Brazil have been using the AI, and this showed that this is a big challenge. Change totally the process internally of the companies. I'm talking about private in public sector. This is the research that I was coordinate recently, we did that for all the last year. This was the support from these companies. And I will show you some, because after Alex will make some questions, okay? 10 minutes, okay, now it's finishing. I will show that the use of AI in Brazil is in the beginning. Even in the big company, the biggest company, we have we hope, not hope, we expect that the big company were using more, but it's not true. That was the objective of this research. As I said, Accenture was a partner of us, very important partner in this process. I would like to emphasize the methodology, because we discuss, we interview in different moments someone from the board, the CEO, the head of technology, and sometimes the head of how to say, departamento jurídico, the lawyer department, yes, of course. And in different moments for a lot of companies, that give us a very real scenario or overview about what's going on in this company. And then first, the adoption of AI system is recently to address specific problems. Pilot project, that is in general is that. We found only 3 companies that have been using AI for the last decade. The rest is something very recent. Recently, I'm saying after ChatGPT. The second is senior management recognize AI as a strategy for the company's future, but it's not yet a priority focus for board and C-level. It's a comprehension that there's no future for the companies if they don't adopt AI. But how to be there is very big change. Here. The highlights, predominant adoption of AI solutions offered on the market. Practically, this is common and it's not a surprise because only the technology company develop solutions, but the rest use a small solution internally. This is very important for us because the majority of the company, 100% of the companies assume that the AI system or the AI algorithm have been pre-validated in terms of risk. There is no evidence about that. And first and second, there's a matter because when the risk depends on the context and why you are using, for what you are using. No, it's not. There is no sense that we have a privilege for risk and it's okay. And then finishing, we did not identify AI strategy. You don't identify AI governance guidelines. Not were found. And this is very, very important also. It's concerned for public sector or for private sector. Knowledge gap between managers, that is decision makers, and IT professionals specialized in AI. The asymmetry between the decision makers and the people from the technology. And this worried me because the people that take the decision, if they don't understand anything about AI, they don't know about the risk they are assuming. And we made an investigation also why the AI project failed. And exactly that I said now, disconnect between technical and business team. On one side, manager lack AI literacy, and the other side, data science lack of business understanding. That is, for me, it's the big change for the companies in general. And that's me. difficult questions, no?
No. We have time for 2 questions. If you want to raise your hands.
Not from you. Ah, from
No, I'm open for
okay.
Yes.
She's Brazilian.
Oh, really?
Portuñol, por favor.
First, should I speak in English? Or?
Yes, better because of the translation.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you very much.
So, first of all, thank you, Laura. I'm a big fan of your work. I've been following your research for a little bit. And one thing that for me is very interesting, this discussion of Brazil being a hub for data centers, is that although we do have all this capacity to implement the infrastructure, there is internationally a very hard scenario in terms of like the international division of labor, in which we are used to sort of export our raw materials and import the services. And when we discuss about data centers, this is something that worries me, is that we are again repeating this pattern of bringing in the data centers as the infrastructure for processing data, but not necessarily creating our own technology to process it internally, or having public policy to protect the data that is being processed internally. So I wonder, and this is something that I've been wondering in the conversations with regulation around here, is how can we actually create policy to protect data as a factor of production and information internally, as well as implementing the data centers in Brazil or Latin America? That's
Yeah, that is the question is not easy because depends on a lot of things. I'm only saying that I think that the first time concerning AI there is a interesting process in Brazil. But one thing is, for example, identify where is the problem, this is taxation, what's the benefits that we can offer, what's the counterparty. This part, I think it's okay. But how they will implement it, yes, because there are a lot of problems. No? To show exactly where, because it's different in the case of AI, it's not necessary to be near the consumer centers, because we don't have the architect's problem. But you can choose where in Brazil, and you have the technology, who will develop technology, but in general, I suppose, I'm not sure, that the majority of the new data center, if that happened, will come from foreign companies. Yes, and there are small initiatives in Brazil, for example, the Magazine Luiza that you know, that they develop a Magalu Cloud, but only the beginning. It's part of the plan to incentivize this development of this kind of Brazilian initiative. But this will take time because they are in the beginning, very beginning.
Magazine Luiza is a large retail company, really big.
It used to be one of the largest, but now, yes, maybe it's 4 to 5 in Brazil, 550 in Brazil.
Have room for one? Yeah.
I'm going to take the mic because I need to translate because
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dora. It was really interesting. Referring also to the other talks that we have had and bringing in mind the importance of data generation for AI, what are your insights on your experience in the research on how can we actually localize the production of that information for AI to be also a representative of local knowledge and like local vision? Because I see that there's a lot of talk about like regulation and how can we manage it, but it's also how can AI be also more representative of the views, for example, of Brazil, of people, indigenous populations and stuff, so that we don't leave behind that population when we're also addressing and regulating AI.
I don't know what happened because the second point is data center, the second one was about the regulation, but disappeared here. because we have a process of regulation in Brazil at OEI, started 3 years ago, and now in December 10th was approved in the Senate the last version of, they call it the PL 2338. And now it's in the Chamber of Deputies. Nobody knows what will happen because it's very confused. There are a lot of lobby, there are a lot of pressure. It's not only for the big American big techs, but around all the companies and a lot of interests, specific interests for the deputy, everything. And this new version is a lot of different. The first version is it's more or less is general, it's principle laws, and then the idea that is all the agency, the regulatory agency specific for each sector will determine what exactly will be the obligation for each sector. And then in this process, I suppose that I hope, not to suppose, I hope that in this process they will discuss more about the impact of people, because it's specific for each sector, it's different. We are talking about health, it's different for education, different for security, for example. And then I think they will discuss that, but I don't know. All the questions we need hours to discuss because it's very, very complex.
Dora, thank you so much for your presentation here. A round of applause. So you're gonna jump to a very, very hot topic, and I think quite innovative for us: AI and combat of corruption. Can you believe? Wait a little bit, Felipe. I want to read your bio. Just hold your microphone. No, you can come. Felipe was the compliance director of Twitter until it became X in all Latin America. He works for Microsoft. He's a lawyer specialized in corruption and compliance. Well, aren't you going to applause? Just
and despite being a lawyer, I promise they're going to like to talk to me. I'll do my best. So thank you, Alex, and thank you, DCN, for having me today. It's a real pleasure to be here. So this is, as Alex said, I'm a lawyer, so I've been working for US-based technology companies over the last 20 years. For Microsoft, we are always defending those companies in Brazil and Latin America, defending user data for undue disclosure and defending those companies in high-profile litigation and freedom of expression cases, and also working in compliance, ethics and compliance, right? So I'm here today to talk about this important topic. Those are the key objectives that I have for today: just level setting, using of AI, both in the public and private sector, and then the critical role of governance, right? So what is corruption, right? So we know that we have the vast majority of people here are from Latin America, so perhaps you are already familiar with that, right? So, but just as a refresh, right, and to level set. Corruption, so the word, it's co-corruption. Always, we are in Argentina, so it takes two to tango. It always requires two, right? So generally what we have is a public or a government official demanding money from someone, probably and normally from the private sector, right? So this is the more traditional view, right? According to Transparency International, corruption is the abuse of entrusted power for private gain, right? And corruption, what are the losses? What we have, like in terms of consequences, right? So corruption costs a lot of money, right? So the average cost, is estimated is $1 trillion in bribes paid yearly, right? Corruption adds 10% of the total cost of business, right? Corruption kills, and we know that. In the countries that we live, we know that. So I don't need to provide like further explanation. But this is just one of the estimations that we have for lack of providing or putting the right resource for health and so on. So it kills people, right? So corruption undermines democracy and trust, right? Corruption feeds and supports other crimes, such as illegal trafficking of people, weapons, drugs, money laundering, and so on, right? So, and corruption exacerbates inequality and injustice, right? In the private sector, estimations that they have, if you have like a small business, a medium business, you can do the same calculation, right? So we lose 5% of annual revenue to fraud. This is an average, right? Which translates to more than almost $5 trillion each year, right? And corruption takes place in all the types of business, and normally what is associated is the lack of controls in the companies, right? So combating and fighting corruption is key to unlocking prosperity across the Americas, right? Which is the topic for this seminar and for today. So it's key, it's very important for us to think about it, right? So how corruption normally takes form? Procurement and fraud in public contracting, right? This is typical, everybody knows. So we have a contract, so the government wants to buy something, there will be like the RFP to purchase that service or product. And what they do, they receive something and choose one vendor instead of the other. Right? This is in a nutshell what happens here, right? Overpricing, inflated invoice, and so on. Bribery, receiving something to give an improper advantage. And you have other types here. You have nepotism, which is very common in Latin America. So you're going to hire your relatives, close friends to work in the government, like ignoring like rules and objective criteria for choosing those people, right? So what we have, in summary, right? We have lack of objective criteria, no risk assessment. So we don't know the risks when we choose a vendor, even in the private sector, right? We need to do a risk assessment because I'm bringing this company to provide services for me, and I might be held liable for things that this third party is doing, right? So this is important. So we have lack of transparency. So this transparency, it's a key word that is being repeated over and over, right? Today. Lack of data integration, right? So this is the kind of situation and the scenario that we have that for sure contributes a lot for corruption. And I decided to bring this quote from the former US Supreme Court, from a very old book from the past century, that basically says that, highlighting the importance of transparency. Transparency to kill the seeds of corruption, right? And to bring prosperity. So this is very important. And the other topic is, for us to have in mind, is that bureaucracy and corruption, they depend on each other, right? So for those who are not familiar, but I'm sure that the vast majority is, so in our countries, we always depend on a stamp, on a wet signature. We depend on, no, it's not enough to have one copy, you need 3 copies, you need this, I need to see your original documents, ID, and so on for me to process the information that you want. So one is feeding back the other. One lives from each other, right? So why? Because we don't use technology. Right? So we depend on paper, we need the bureaucracy, and it's incredible for those who are not familiar, but there are countries like Brazil, Mexico, Argentina, where you depend of a third party to understand a government process, because we are unable to understand. If we need to renew, for example, our ID or something like that, or a permit to a store, we need to hire someone else to do it for us. because we don't feel that we are capable of doing, right? So we depend on the bureaucracy, the red tape, right? Oops. So how the artificial intelligence can help, right? And oops. I'll give you the final answer. General application, that's it. So one, fraud detection. Right, this is something that has been using. So don't miss today at 4, Rodrigo will talk. He has like a fintech, and I know that we were talking in the Uber coming to the hotel, and he mentioned that his organization does this kind of thing, for example, for transportation companies, which is very interesting. So this is something that AI can help, right? So the predictive analysis is something that I really love in the compliance field. Why? It helps a lot with risk mitigation and risk assessment, right? So Microsoft did a very, very important job when the company entered into an agreement with the DOJ, the Department of Justice in the US, for an FCPA violation, and they decided to develop, using their own technology, to do something similar. So in summary, what this type of technology does, calculates the risk of in some particular public bids. So you know that if you are procuring services in this city for this particular company, you have like a higher or lower risks, the level of discounts, and so on. So this is extremely useful, and most of the companies complain for not having like technology or understanding to do this kind of work. Supporting law enforcement agencies, this is critical as well, right? So I do a lot, for example, internal investigations, private investigations for companies. But imagine the test for car wash, for example, Lava Jato, Operação Lava Jato, the biggest corruption scandal that we have, right? So imagine that there were like 30 million files and more than 38,000 individuals involved. So imagine the number of documents and the complexity involved in this case. What the government did, they're not entering into politics here, but they decided this group is no longer supposed to work together. What he did, he killed the operation. Why? Because they lost the knowledge. They would have to start from the beginning and understand all the complexity, using off-shelf companies, from people to hide, very complex schemes to hide money. So using technology, you can more easily, and then you can keep records, which would be like a different subject, but it would help a lot to rebuild the money flow, for example, or the scheme, identify those peoples and the targets, right? Private sector, I just mentioned, and also foster and improve transparency, right, here, using automation. We have a few examples here. For example, in Colombia, there was something that was developed along with the Universidad del Rosario in Bogotá that received funding to develop. So they were basically doing this work that I mentioned, like doing risk assessment. So this level of discount for this service in this city or whatever, what is the risk involved, right? So the system is able to, you can like easily spot red flags in the public procurement. Right? In Estonia, cross-referencing supplier and bidding information for fraud prediction. This is super, super interesting as well, and they have been using, right? Of course, the government needs to want to do so and invest money on this kind of technology. Chile is other good example, and this exists a few years already. The Alquimia system basically keeps track of the evolution of the assets of certain government officials to check whether this makes sense to have that kind of increase year over year, etc. in order, and if they identify any red flag, they can raise questions and see the real source of the money. So this is transparency. However, of course, it's something that I like to say that, I mean, and this is perhaps I'll be repeating stuff that you have already heard from previous presentations, but we have the issue regarding to the data that we're going to use, right? And it goes to this concept that I really like to talk, the data integrity, right? What is the real source of the data, right? When we talk about corruption and politics, oh my God, you can imagine, right? We have like several examples here of state-sponsored organizations that simply like put a lot of fake news and false information in the internet, so you can be feeding like the artificial intelligence with the wrong data, right? Or wrong decisions and so on. So this is something that we really need to pay attention, right? So we also have, and in the first panel, this concept was also mentioned, the black box, right? So you have like something that was developed using using the example of private sector as well, right? So you come with the solution saying this is the solution. So how did you get here? Oh, this is magic. I can't explain. This is the result that I have. They said, okay, so you don't have the explanation, fine. But anyway, we don't have regulation. This is what I heard. We don't have regulation, so I don't need to do anything, right? But as a lawyer, I'm gonna say no, or it depends, right? Why? Because the governance is something that should start now. We should start now. We don't need. We have like some soft law or self-regulation that can be used as an inspiration, as principles and foundations for this kind of work, right? So that's why I put here, it's a two-way accountability. Private sector perhaps developing everything, and public sector hiring those services, for example. So both, they should have this accountability and observe like best practices in terms of governance. So when I say that, do I need regulation? I mean, I've been working on the internet field and freedom of expression over the last 2 decades. And I have tested so many new laws in relation to freedom of expression, user data, and so on. What I can say is that the judges and people will not wait until the regulation to make complaints, right? Imagine in the labor courts. We have very litigious countries like Brazil, Argentina. Companies are being sued. So they can question, the vendors can question the decisions that are being made, right? What are the bases for me to say that I was wrong? What are the bases that we are using for my termination, for example, right? So I need to go back and translate this decision, make sure that I have the rationale behind that, and what type of data I am using to ground my decision, right? So this is key. This is something that will not wait for regulation. People will start complaining, right? Dora brought like a very, very interesting point talking about governance, right? And we saw that from the data that she presented, that there is not only this gap between like leadership and IT professions and so on, but companies are not adopting like governance structures, perhaps because they don't know, or the leadership they do, but the others, they were unable to really trickle down the message to the right people in the organization, right? So don't forget, even if you have like a small business or working on a small and medium enterprise, don't expect that the regulators will not pay attention to you. Don't forget the supply chain. You might be providing your services to a big company or perhaps to the government, and they will require governance. So Rome wasn't built in a day, so start now, right? To doing the right thing, using the governance. So this is just for a future presentation and something for us to think about. This is what I use every day in the compliance programs and doing in my risk management function. So those are the pillars of the compliance program. This is used by the SEC in the US, the DOJ, and so on. So we start with the risk assessment and the expectations that my shareholders or my stakeholders, external stakeholders may have. Those are the boundaries, the limits that I use. From that, I'm going to have written procedures, code, policies, procedures. People need to know what they can and cannot do. Ethical is super broad, a broad concept. This is ethical, this is unethical. It is written, what I have committed to my shareholders or stakeholders, whatever. We have education. That goes back to the concept that Dora brought. So training and communication. Am I training people? Am I able as a leader in the company to trickle down the message and teach the others? Incentives and discipline. Discipline who does the wrong thing, for example, and reward the others. Internal controls, being able to report, because risk management is like an umbrella in the rain. So we're going to protect around 90%, but in a heavy rain, perhaps you're going to be wet in the end. So you should be able to report, and you should be able to monitor and receive this constant feedback from the system, preventing, detecting, and remediating. So I learned that there is a failure. You're going to do better, and so on. This is forever, right? But just something to think about in terms of this also very important role of governance in the future, okay? So this is it. I mean, we can use, it's good, it's important, we should do that, we should encourage people to do more and more, but we require for sure a robust governance and ethical considerations for this kind of implementation. I am on time, right? Perfect. Thank you so much.
Lunch is always a hot issue, but we still have some minutes, and I would like to open for Q&A if you don't mind. Okay?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much for your conference. I really enjoy it. I'm also a law professor, and I would like to ask you something. You were speaking and trying to explain about compliance. For instance, complex legal systems such as export control law for semiconductors or even tariffs, right? How can we implement AI in compliance programs? Because every time I try to, follow the pace from legal complex systems, I mean, I cannot reach out, So, is there any way we can work out on AI systems such as LexisNexis, for instance, of Westlaw, such databases that they are implementing AI within their own databases, but in an open access ecosystem, in a way that what I'm interested in is to comply with the law, not to circumvent the law. So if I'm able to comply with the law, legal certainty will be better off than nothing, right? Because one day you can say, from the US, say, well, you got this tariff. The day after, will be say, no, it's not the way you're thinking about it, but you have already paid that tariff. So how can we navigate this uncharted waters? Thanks so much.
Thank you, excellent question. And this goes back to what Dora said in her presentation, that most of the companies ends up relying on the third party and relying on their governance, saying, I think they are doing the right thing. So you mentioned Lexis and other service providers for due diligence, for those who don't know. So they do screening and checklists such as OFAC for sanctions, and it's more US compliance. So this is something that we're going to start doing. We're going to need to check what they are doing, right? Because we know that I am relying too. What I'm saying is that I rely on those vendors too, because I really believe that, for example, they are using like the right data, the right sources, and so on. But this is a challenge for sure that we're going to have in the future. And for trade sanctions and trade compliance, tariffs, and so on, it will require like close monitor, one of the pillars that I mentioned. So keep track and updated of the latest changes in terms of politics, for example, coming from the US, right? Hi,
Hi, thank you for your presentation. Are there any ways that in Brazil or Latin America, are you guys sort of keeping track of lessons learned from early adopters? For instance, there was a case in Netherlands where for 3 years the government has found to use an algorithm that was apparently discriminating against single mothers in fraud detection. They were falsely flagged for fraud, for welfare fraud, by using data that was meant to assess their probability to need welfare systems. And they happened to be single mothers, and they went to these welfare interviews, and some of them were paying, falling back on their rent, and they took very subjective comments like, oh, they didn't look good, they weren't dressed well, and that data was used to assess their possibility for fraud, and it discriminated against single mothers. In terms of financial crimes, if we use deterministic models, if you have a transaction at 3 a.m. in another country exceeding this amount, then flag it for fraud. That's deterministic, that's clear, that's able. When it comes to predictive, then it becomes complicated. So my question is Latin America, Brazil, are you following these best experiences from early adopters?
I don't, but this is definitely a hot topic, especially going back to one of the key words that someone mentioned in the first day, that was diversion and inclusion and diversity, right? So, and this goes back to discrimination, for sure, because the data, data integrity and so on, may have this bias. So this may affect not only single mothers, but the black community and so on. This is a key concern. So that's why this goes back to governance. So why and how are you taking this kind of decision? Based on what type of data and why, right? So this is it's a point of concern for sure, for sure.
Felipe, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ahora, just before the lunch is an information about the lunch. Okay, so you must read it. You must listen to it. Listen, the lunch will be held from 1 to 2 at the first floor, Las Pampas room. The same room that we had at breakfast, okay? La Pampa, yes. Sorry, La Pampa. And after that, we go to the assigned workshops that have already assigned, yes? So in the auditorium here, for those who assigned from Roadmap for Future Leaders in English with Daniel Castro here. Okay? Then on the Martin Fierro A, in the second floor, okay, Martin Fierro A is a room. It's for those who assigned for Beyond the Prompt, the future of generative AI and its creative arsenal, in English with Mr. Dimitris Dimitriadis, okay? For those who, then second floor Martin Fierro room B. Second floor Martin Fierro room B will be AI powered hustle, boosting business with smart tools in Spanish with Daniela Malki, and participants need to bring their own laptops for this last workshop, okay? So have a great lunch. I think we had a wonderful morning, and the afternoon will be the same, okay? Great lunch for all of you. All right, thank you.
I'm starting to see a couple of patterns emerging, but I'm waiting for the person who's just very pessimistic, very, wants to roll back, wants to shut it all down, blow up the data centers. We'll see, maybe they're not at the conference. The question is, if you're more nostalgic for the past or hopeful for the future, kind of content with where you are, and pessimistic about AI or optimistic about AI. All right, and while everyone is getting their initials up there, I'll just do a kind of quick intro to this session and what we're going to be talking about. So first of all, my name is Daniel Castro. I'm Vice President of the Information Technology and Innovation Foundation. and director of our Center for Data Innovation. It's a think tank based out of Washington, D.C. It really focuses on how do we drive positive innovation, technological innovation for economic and social benefits. And we think about these issues globally. So for this session, I was asked to talk about a roadmap for future leaders. And what I really wanted us to do was have this be a very interactive session where we talk about basically, what are the different potential risks around AI, potential benefits, and what are the different ways we can think about how do you address that. And if there's one thing I want everyone to leave this session with in terms of potentially new knowledge or new way of thinking about issues, is that there's more than one solution when you have a concern about technology. That the answer isn't always regulation. It might be regulation, but there are many other tools available, and I want us to talk about how we think through those different tools that are at our hands. Because I think as we confront different challenges related to technological change, whether it's with AI or something else, there's lots of opportunities to engage with these types of problems. Sometimes it's market-based solutions, sometimes it's voluntary efforts by kind of soft law, what's called soft law, interventions, standards, technical developments. Sometimes it's interventions related to AI, sometimes it's interventions not related to AI. I want us to dig into all of that. The other thing, when I was told about this session, I was told it was meant to be a workshop and interactive, so I'm not planning to sit up here and talk the whole time. In fact, I'd really love it if everyone could kind of come down a little bit and we could be in the front rows. Originally, I thought we were actually going to be able to sit round table. And since we can't do that, I would just encourage everyone to come down. And I also encourage anyone maybe on these first 2 rows, please join me on stage. I'm actually going to sit here, and you can see here that we're looking at each other. I don't want everyone looking at me. We should be looking at each other. It's meant to be a conversation. So please come on up. We're getting a couple microphones so we can pass it around and keep the conversation going. Let me grab the other one. I'm just going to hand you this microphone. You can pass it to whoever you want, whenever you want. But please, I'm serious. A couple people, please join me up here. This will not be fun. Please. It's very comfortable. That's true. All right, so the starting question, just to reflect on what we've seen so far. So it does look like we're, generally a group of somewhat optimists. I don't know that actually reflects, the general society. We've actually done some polling in my think tank. I'm happy to share. We actually just released a poll last week. It was the second time we've done it in the U.S. And people have very mixed views. I mean, when you ask kind of the words they associate with AI, there's quite a few that come out. I'll tell you what they are right after we do this. So the first question I have up here, this is on Slido. You can scan with your phone and enter what you want. What's the first word that comes to mind when you hear? I was supposed to say AI. Otherwise, it says I, but it should be AI. I think we all know what we're talking about. So let's load that up.
Maybe a Spanish word?
Yeah.
It's Skynet.
Robots, money, future, change, digital agent, high tech, bias, generative, opportunity, copy, science, innovation, hype, initiative, privacy, high tech, risky development, commercial media, opportunity, superhumans. Great. So yeah, again, I think our group is a nice cross-section, but maybe not necessarily representative because we asked a lot of people. It is true that right now we're seeing most people actually, curiosity was one of the top words when we did our poll, kind of exciting, but also concerns show up quite a bit, and people are kind of wondering what it means for them in a variety of areas. And so, the big question that a lot of people face and a lot of policymakers are asking is to regulate or regulate. What should we do in response? And as I said, the thing I want really have everyone leave the session thinking about is that that's actually not the question. The question is, what do you do? Regulation might be the answer, but the really question is, what do we do when we have concerns about AI or any other technology? All right, so let's start here. Now we're going to kind of get into these things. For this room, what is the top concern? Because that's obviously the concerns we want to talk about. So this is probably the most important question we have here today. All right, so we're seeing a lot up here. Let's kind of start to go through them. Losing human autonomy, data privacy, misinformation, safety, deepfakes, ethics, out of control. Ethics definitely be the biggest one here. Transparency, privacy, tyranny, evolution leaving people behind, substitution, exclusion. So a lot of real questions about, basically, I think, losing human agency, impact on society, misinformation seems to be some of the common themes here. Lack of knowledge. Misinformation, fake news, misinformation. And so again, I think this generally reflects what we're seeing when we poll people. We're also seeing kind of motivations for AI regulation differ according to country. I think some of these motivations are a little bit better than others. So some of it's around protecting human rights, which you see encompassed here. Others are around improving safety and trust. Sometimes making it more human-centric, which isn't always well-defined. But this idea that maybe we need to make sure the bots aren't in control, that humans are always in control. Then it gets into something that I think is where I think I want to spend some time on our conversation today, addressing hypothetical risks. Because I think the question is often, how do you balance hypothetical risk against tangible benefits? Because that's often where we find ourselves with new technology. We know something has a proven benefit, we know it's a hypothetical risk, and where do you draw the lines there? Sometimes the purpose of regulation, just because other countries are doing it, so you hear the term race to regulate a lot in some of these circles, and so there's this idea, well, one country has done it, so other countries should do this as well. And then sometimes it's just really to slow technological advances. And countries aren't always, the policymakers aren't always explicit about this purpose, but we see it quite clearly in certain areas. So, for example, where automation might hurt a certain type of worker. We see very specific policies that say, for example, in the United States, there's efforts to require certain crew size on trains. Even though you can have an automated train that does the exact same thing, they say no, for safety reasons or there'll be some reason we have to have this number of people on the crew because it's to protect certain workers, right? And that happens in many areas. And just broadly, there's a report we did. I'm not going to go through all this, but there's lots of different concerns that people have about AI. We have a lot of those up there. Some around privacy, and the privacy concerns are multi-layered. There's around workforce, society. There's all these issues about bias, making harmful decisions, discrimination. And then there's safety, catastrophic risks, so bioweapons, chemical attacks, becoming super intelligent, that was on the list as well. Spiraling energy use, exacerbating surveillance capitalism, publicity rights, copyright issues, lots and lots of issues that are up there. But I want to kind of go back for a second to the issues that were up here. As I said, this is meant to be interactive, so I want to pause here. Just open it up. We have a mic here. Let's pass it around. For someone's concern you put up here, why did you choose that concern, and why is it kind of your top concern?
I don't want to participate. You want? I wrote substitution, but I was thinking about unemployment. I would say that would be the main concern to me, because as an attorney, as you may have heard, AI has passed the bar exam in New York City, and I do believe all the stuff about hallucination. I'm aware of that, but every time some logical reasoning, it's getting better and better. So it means that it also, I would say, purge the way we think. And we are not perfect, right? So, but the machine does so, or will be, probably, we don't know. So that would be my main concern.
Yeah, substitution. Others? Yeah.
Yeah, I put leaving people behind, and I think that's in two senses. The first one is it's evolving so fast, and many people doesn't know even how to manage internet or cell phones. So there's going to be a lot of the amount of the population is going to be left behind in the usage of AI. And then the other part is about bias. Like, how can we make AI representative of local populations that are not necessarily the ones that are producing the data and the information that the AI is using? And we're looking at these examples already. So like, it's all about like thinking that this group is like really like a little group and is not representative of the entire population.
Well, I chose adaptation, and similarly about leaving people behind. I'm thinking of silver economy, and how is that population going to be able to adapt? Is it going to be somebody that already has come from that background that is going to lead that population into AI? And also the concern about indigenous communities. How would they have the necessary structure to start talking about this? Is there going to be any governance incentive in order to pay attention to those populations when it comes to AI?
I've been losing human autonomy as a mother of 3 small children, and constantly am thinking about how are my children going to be learning to think critically? Are they going to even ever have to write an essay again? And how to prepare them for this huge black hole in front of us if we don't know what the workforce is going to look like. And so I am eager to see how it can help us become superhuman, but also I'm nervous. I have a lot of trepidation and concerns about the actual development of the next generation. We saw the lost generation with social media. Like, what's this next generation going to do? How are they going to be affected? What pitfalls are they going to fall into? Because they're the first generation to be an AI generation.
My point of view, transparency would be something that it has to be tackled on very quick and put some sort of termination, not just to show that you are transparent, but how you are transparent, right? So, yeah, that's my concern.
Okay, so I want to explain that maybe artificial intelligence come to our life and maybe never left. So in my case, as a young people that use AI for everything that I do in the day, just for if I want to talk with somebody, maybe I can use it. In my case, I am a scientist, so I can use it for process a lot of data. And I see that my friends also use it for everybody, but maybe we cannot focus in how to regulate, because we can use it for everything that you want, but also I think that maybe we can train or give some information to the people how you can use it for good things. That's my point.
Hi, I'm a lawyer also. I have many concerns, but I would say maybe damage, because it's difficult to know who is responsible of the damage that AI may cause. So if you don't have clear rules regarding that topic, maybe some people get harmed and they don't have an answer to that and they have to deal with that. So I would say that would be my main concern.
Hi, so I chose exclusion and privilege because in a way, as how systems are developed now, they reinforce these privileges, and as she was saying, I mean, how many communities are not being part of this development? I mean, how it works now, it only reinforces that difference. And if we want these technologies to help people, to help societies, we need intention in that, really. And if you're not part of that, then it's not going to happen.
Great, so I think we've got a few different perspectives on here, and what I want to do now is let's kind of dig into these. And I think the question that I want everyone to be thinking about is, we've heard a lot of concerns here. Different people have different concerns. Do you agree with all of them? That's the fundamental question that we should be wrestling with. Is everyone's concern is legitimate, but the question about what do we do with that concern is what comes next. So let's talk about kind of how we look at those issues. So as I said, we've done some surveys. The surveys we've seen about public concerns around AI. The darker orange, this is the most worried. The lighter blues are the least worried. So top worry right now that we've seen is around misinformation, criminals hacking into using AI to break through computer systems, loss of jobs, fake images, and you see there's actually a whole host of concerns that people have. But not every problem requires regulations. I want to just spend a little bit of time on this. So first of all, there's alternatives like R&D, developing standards, worker retraining, it came up earlier, data quality and data availability. So talking about inclusion, how do we make sure everyone benefits from the technology? And of course, there's also the option of doing nothing, just kind of waiting to see. On the picture on the right here, does anyone know what this is? I'm curious. So this is a photo, a drawing to represent what was called the red flag laws that were created when automobiles first came out in some places. I think this was in England. And the laws at the time said, these are very dangerous, potentially dangerous transportation machines. So the law says you have to have someone waving a red flag in front of the vehicle at all times. It's a safety measure, it's a dangerous thing, we don't want these on the roads, so what we're going to do is just create a law. Whenever there's a car, you just have someone walking in front of it with a red flag. Clearly a scalable law that was going to work. But maybe at the time it was useful. I mean, these were new machines, there were dangers associated, people didn't know how to deal with it. Clearly there were tons of accidents until we got safety features in vehicles. Yet that was also probably not the right kind of law that we would want to see globally. And so that's the kind of question we have around new technologies is, are we actually creating laws and policies that are forward-looking, that really imagine kind of where the technology is going and how it will evolve and how people will evolve. And as I mentioned earlier, this is a socio-technical systems that we're integrating. It's about people's behaviors and how they respond to new technologies. And all of that changes at once. So you can't take necessarily the status quo and extrapolate from there. You have to imagine different potential scenarios. But if regulation is necessary, I think there's a couple of principles that are useful to think about. You might disagree with some of these, so I just want to put these out for discussion as well. So one is avoiding anti-AI bias. So this is the idea that we should generally allow AI systems to do what's legal for humans to do, and vice versa. Also prohibit things. If it's illegal for a human, then it should be illegal for AI. So the goal here is basically we shouldn't be holding AI systems to a new higher standard than we have in other areas, which is something that you often hear when you get into these AI policy debates. For example, there might be an idea that we should eliminate all bias from AI decision-making, which is a great idea in principle, yet we don't eliminate bias from all government decision-making. We don't eliminate it from all business decision-making. We try to restrict it, and we have policies to do that, but we can't get to zero because we know humans are fundamentally flawed, and there's lots of issues there. And so the question is around AI, how do we create something that's on a similar level? Again, you have to look at the converse of that. If something's illegal for humans to do, you want to make sure it's illegal for AI to do. And so, one of the big debates going on right now with AI is around copyright. It's this question about what should these AI systems be allowed to train on. One view is that this is stealing, right? This is just a transfer of wealth from creators and content and copyright owners to the tech companies that are building these systems. Another view would be right now, if you go to a museum, if you go to a library, you can read, you can observe, you can learn from copyrighted information. Yesterday, we all saw the Lego of the Mona Lisa, right? None of us own the Mona Lisa, none of us have paid for rights to the Mona Lisa, but we've all learned what the Mona Lisa is from our education, from these observations. And the question is, should AI be able to do something similar? Should it be able to learn, and how do we draw those lines? Again, so using this principle, it would be, let's treat it the same as humans. Let's have a comparable system. Regulate performance, not process. So again, this is the idea that you should address concerns about AI safety, efficacy, and bias by focusing on the outcomes, not by creating specific rules for the technology. And so this is an area that can be particularly useful when we're trying to create flexible policy. Because often you get these kind of check-the-box regulations. Have you done an ethics review? Have you hired and someone to do an AI audit. And you might do all these things, but the question is, do you actually get the outcome you want? Do you have alignment between the goals of the policy and the outcomes of the policy? And so mostly we've seen in technology areas that when you focus on outcomes rather than process, you can get better results. Focus on sectors, not technologies. Again, this is the idea that AI is this general purpose technology. So when we start talking about how we want to regulate, sometimes we're talking, we've heard these proposals for international bodies that set rules for AI adoption. Then you start digging down into it and you say, well, wait a second, I'm really concerned about the use of autonomous vehicles, or maybe AI in healthcare, or AI in education. And so these real high-level rules around the technology itself don't necessarily translate into impact or effectiveness down to specific use cases. And so focusing on sector-based rules instead of technology-based rules is another way to try and get to kind of better impact. This is what I really like to talk about. It's avoid AI myopia. The idea here is that rather than focus on just the AI-specific part of a problem, you look at the bigger picture. And we've seen this come up a lot, for example, in the criminal justice area. We've seen a lot of critiques about the use of AI decisions, for example, maybe facial recognition that's led to false arrest. We've seen concerns about the use of AI to make decisions about recidivism, predictions about recidivism, so to decide whether to let someone out on bail or whether to let someone out of prison early. And it is true that you want the technology to be accurate, but oftentimes we have these debates that are so focused on the technology part, we're missing the big picture. So for example, right now, if I was falsely arrested, I would want to be falsely arrested because of facial recognition, because I know I can get the New York Times and ACLU to come out and defend me, because it's a really hot issue when someone gets arrested for facial recognition. There are tons of people that get falsely arrested every day in the United States because there was a witness that gave false testimony because of poor policing, poor detective work, mismatched paper, and none of those people, we're not focused on that part of the problem. And what's interesting is that in many of these issues that you start looking at, you say, well, why was someone falsely arrested, for example, for facial recognition? You look at what was the actual problem. Well, yes, part of the problem was that facial recognition was used maybe incorrectly, but the bigger picture usually was that procedures weren't followed, or somebody didn't have proper representation, or there were a cascade of other failures in the justice system that led to this harmful outcome. And so sometimes we get so focused on the AI part, we actually miss the bigger picture and miss actually, I think, solving the bigger ethical questions that we should be focused on. I think AI can help draw attention to important issues, but we have to be careful not to get sucked into just fixing the AI part of the problem and not the bigger picture. Defining AI precisely, I won't get into much of this. This is just where writing laws, you have to make sure you're actually talking about AI. If you're trying to regulate AI, you've seen a lot of proposals where it basically becomes regulating a computer system. Just generally, we've seen regulations that would regulate an Excel spreadsheet because it's doing some kind of ranking if you sort it. Right, so you have to be careful that we're actually talking about AI if you want specific AI rules. Enforce existing rules. This is an area where, again, we see a lot of debate. Basically, for example, if we have rules around don't discriminate, there's not any law that I've ever seen that says don't discriminate unless you're using AI. There's not a carve out there. So the point is, in many cases, we can take the rules that exist and start enforcing them. And then seek expertise. And I talk about AI expertise up here, technical experts. We also want subject matter expertise. So when we're writing these rules, when we're creating policies, we need to bring together the different experts. All right, so there's generally two types of approaches that we're seeing when it comes to AI policy. So one is what's called the precautionary principle. And this is generally what Europe has embraced. Again, when we're talking about technology in general, not even just AI. And it's the idea that until proven safe, the government should limit the use of new technologies. The idea is, better to be safe than sorry. Let's focus on minimizing risk. And you see this again, lots of technology areas, not just digital. For example, restrictions on genetically modified organisms or GMOs for food. In Europe, that's based on the precautionary principle. When you see, restrictions on, various types of, cell cloning and that type of thing. A lot of the life sciences, but also in AI, this idea that we should go slower. The other side of this is the innovation principle. This is the view that the vast majority of technologies or new technologies are generally beneficial and pose little risk. So the government's goal should be to encourage them. So here the idea is instead of minimizing risk, the primary focus of government should be maximizing benefits. I think the U.S. sometimes takes that, sometimes doesn't. But it's a policy that also is under consideration. So I want to pause here, and again, let's do a little bit of a vote here. Which approach best reflects your instincts for AI governance? So precautionary, so focusing on minimizing the risk first, innovation, encouraging the benefits first, depends on context, or not sure. So it's neck and neck here between depends on context and innovation for benefits. But precautionary is rallying, so let's see. All right, whoever hasn't voted, we need a couple more votes. We can't have a tie. We're gonna have to have a runoff or something. Or you can vote twice, that's probably possible. All right, and let's open it up. I'd love to hear people's rationale for the vote that you're choosing. But 2 mics down here, so whoever wants to go first.
So I've said it depends on the context, because I think while current systems having rapid distribution and deployment across society is a great thing, but we could be dealing with scenarios with healthcare, with housing, with very important decisions that greatly impact people's lives, and I think it makes more sense in certain contexts to be more careful and not just willy-nilly about allowing innovation just for innovation's sake. I think there are certain contexts in which we need to be more careful with what we're doing and how we are innovating.
And this seems to kind of mirror what you were talking about with sector-based regulation, that it really does depend on what sector it's in.
This is a very difficult ethical dilemma, right? I think sometimes there is a benefit of innovating for the sake of innovation. Like in the case of antibiotics, for instance, the people who were working on it, they weren't really working on antibiotics, but they were working on something else and they ended up with antibiotics. And sometimes you don't know, we're doing this innovation for the sake of innovation, but something else might come out of it. So there is that part. But at the second hand, it is, if the risks are too high, and what do we consider as a small risk and a high risk? So if you think about if a technology can undermine one person, to lead the one person to be falsely arrested, or falsely denied a right, or is it 5 persons, or is it 10 persons? And when it's about human rights, I perceive it as a human rights champion. I just perceive it as one is plenty. So I feel like, is it the use cases that we regulate? Are the technologies? What I have come to see is there are some certain technologies, when they intersect with certain use cases, they tend to provide higher risks. So I am on the precautionary side, and that's why I voted the minimization of risks first.
Do we have any other precautionary voters? Yeah.
Well, I believe that minimizing risks first is important for us because, for example, many of people don't know about AI, and I'm just surfing on the hype of the tech. So I believe that digital literacy and looking to why the Ango is the best option for now, because we are doing this panel and learn about it, but imagine all the people that are not involved in this discussion, so they don't know about the AI. So I believe that digital literacy to minimize risk is a good thing to discuss for now.
Thank you. Others? Yes.
Bueno. Bueno, creo que la inteligencia artificial hoy es como un cuchillo. Un cuchillo, un ejemplo simple. Si un cuchillo lo utiliza bien, lo puede utilizar para cortar algo, para cocinar y hacer una riquísima comida, pero si lo usa mal, puede matar. Entonces estamos en esa situación hoy. Pero ¿quién regula eso? ¿Y cómo se aborda eso de dos aristas? Porque existen dos aristas actualmente. Uno arriba, donde gente que conoce, sabe la herramienta a utilizar, y un sector más abajo que no conoce, que no lo sabe utilizar, y que esa brecha se aumente. ¿Cómo vamos a abordar eso? ¿Y cómo vamos, como mencionó la compañera más arriba, la alfabetización en los grupos más vulnerables que hoy no acceden a eso? Y complicada es la regulación. La regulación creo que es bastante complicado, pero yo creo que más bien sería excelente que más gente pueda acceder a ello y lo pueda utilizar en su favor.
Gracias. Anyone that voted for the innovation want to give their perspective?
I did not vote for innovation, but I was going to vote for precautionary standard, because I was trying to correlate this kind of regulation for environmental purposes. So should we try AI as a living organism? Because if the answer is yes, then we should definitely use precautionary standard. But I changed my mind, and then I went back to depends on the context.
And
Yes. We'll pass it back.
I come from a different region. I come from Southeast Asia. I'm from Malaysia originally. I think our understanding and our approach from that region is mostly we need to encourage benefits first. What we realize is that if you have too many regulations before anything solid is created, then effectively you regulate innovations away. So what we realize is we need to have a good enough development for the industry first, and then we can look into how to regulate some of the imperfections of the system. But the other way around usually doesn't work from a standpoint of the development of the industry. And then the argument of minimization of risk first, I think it's a more conservative approach towards technology, and it's very telling to me that when, for instance, we can look into case studies like European General Data Protection Rights, GDPR, and a lot of arguments have been made that because of that, they've been falling very behind US and Chinese tech when it comes to global expansion. And that is a very clear-cut case to us that regulations before your industry itself is mature do more harm than the other way around. So I think ideally, of course, now with the help of AI, we can also understand where the risks are, but to lift up the industry first, we first need to emphasize on opportunities. I think that's how we see it.
So one of the things I think is really interesting in terms of the innovation principle, and it's something I've done a lot of work on, is that if you look historically at new technologies when they come out, and not just historically like the last 20 years, historically 200 years ago and more, we see almost exactly the same concerns manifest around every new technology that comes out. Not every time in society that there's these transformational technologies, printing press, radio, pulp, books, music transmission, electricity, exactly, trains, steam engines. We see, so many of the same critiques, how it will affect power dynamics between society, concerns about how it will affect children, how it will affect education. When there's a great, if you've seen it, Pessimist Archive, it's a really fun blog. You pull concerns out from old newspaper articles. I was looking at one recently around the deep fakes. If people were concerned about photograph crimes, for a while in Washington, D.C., it was illegal. It wasn't a federal law, but they were able to kind of enforce this. One of the presidents was very happy that tourists were coming to the city and getting a picture taken that looked like they were with him. He said, these are fake pictures. This is illegal. We don't want to have this. We're going to prohibit this. When the first erasers were added to pencils, the schools, some of the school teachers, they were so upset. They said, our children, they're going to learn that it's okay to make mistakes because there's an eraser on pencils now. Right, these, big changes, relatively little changes in technology, but big changes where people had very strong concerns about how it would affect this entire generation of children, right? These exact same concerns. And what we found is that one, society is very flexible. Two, it's actually really hard sometimes to make big change, and change often occurs slower than we expect. And actually, that last part is why, as I said earlier in my remarks, so much of my work is focused on how do we actually have policy that supports the change we want. Because I think sometimes we assume the change we want will happen, and we just have to defend against the risk. And I think the opposite is actually oftentimes true as well, if not maybe sometimes more true, that the risk we actually are pretty good at defending about, and we actually have a really hard time realizing the benefits. And as a great example of that, especially from the US context, is electronic health records. The technology to have a digital record of everyone's healthcare and then use it to improve healthcare has been around since the 80s. It's taken us 30 years, billions of dollars of investment to make this happen, and we still aren't fully there. And there's lots of technical barriers, social barriers to the reason these types of technologies don't move as fast as we want. And so the goal we think about innovation policy and innovation principles is to say, well, can government help give innovation a little bit of a push? Again, not to ignore risk, but to make sure that we're actually moving forward in the direction we want. And the other part that I'd say is, I'm also not saying that the innovation principle is always right, or that necessarily you should be thinking about it for AI. Where the precautionary principle, I think, has the strongest argument, because it is a very useful way of looking at the world too, is particularly where there's irreversible harm. That's where there's really important, and where we can't necessarily identify when the harm is occurring. And so there is a strong case to be made that to the extent that we don't have good observation of risks and harms that might be coming from a new technology, that's a pretty good argument for the precautionary principle. And that's a pretty strong argument to industry and government that they should have good oversight over what's happening if they want to push forward on innovation. When we talk about areas for global cooperation, trying to track AI incidents globally would be a huge start. Trying to track AI vulnerabilities would also be really useful in terms of areas where we can all collaborate. All right, so what I want to do here is just show that there are, depending on how you look at this, that usually depends on which problems you prioritize. So if you look at AI using the precautionary principle, then you're generally looking at risks like it's eliminating most jobs, it might be biased and unethical, violate human dignity, degrade human autonomy, reduce privacy, make us all stupid, undermine democracy, the Terminator, kill us all, right? If you think any of these, then that's really the precautionary principle, and there's, again, very good reason for saying, yes, we need to regulate quickly. And so there's also policies that kind of go along with each of these. So eliminate most jobs. We had Andrew Yang talking about universal basic income. There's ideas about maybe we need taxes on robots. We need taxes on compute. That we should really be trying to, kind of not necessarily slow this down, but make sure there's all sorts of policies to say treat robots kind of like you treat workers. So there's not some kind of favorable tax policy, for example, for robots. violate human dignity, right? So the campaign to stop killer robots or lethal autonomous weapons. Again, this idea that let's make sure this technology does not proceed. Reducing privacy, thinking about ban or restricting facial recognition or other biometrics. Limit the use of AI to monitor students and workers and restrict data collection. This isn't one that I wanted to kind of pause on and again kind of open it up. Particularly around, I want to take the one around AI being used to monitor workers, because I think this is one that's coming faster than we think. We already have in many workplaces all sorts of digital data scraping that's occurring. A lot of us, you might use an access badge to get into a building, right? That's tracking your location. There's security cameras. There's most of those security cameras, some of those are analog or maybe they're being recorded digital. Adding AI to that is a very easy step. If you're using pretty much Microsoft or Google for your Office suite, there's all sorts of tracking on that back end. How many emails you're sending, how many phone calls you're making, and that can be translated into productivity metrics, can be translated into lots of things. A lot of people would see that as surveillance, probably rightly so, but there's also, of course, from the business side, you can envision ways that this could be used very positively. So you think about a hospital, right? You have doctors and nurses that are on their feet all day. You can have wearables that tell you, oh, someone's been working too long, they need to take a break for their safety. You have workers in warehouses that you can monitor their movements, like Amazon's doing, to say, you know what, you've repeated this motion too much, we need to have you take a break, do certain stretches, do something so it doesn't hurt your body. Again, going back to the hospital example, there's some tracking devices, for example, that monitor to make sure if a doctor moves from one patient's room to another, that they've always washed their hands, and would send them an alert that they haven't. So you can imagine how this can be used for safety, for their productivity, for ways that could help people. You can also imagine how it could be used in harmful ways. So again, I wanted to open it up. What do you think about the idea of kind of surveillance coming to the workplace? Do you think that could be used? Are you kind of excited about the possibility of about this kind of metric? Are you more scared about that? Would love to get some reactions on this one. And please, anyone wants to take it? I think we have 2 mics down here. You have to find it. Oh, here's one. Okay, here's one and here's the other. You want to pass it forward?
Well, I like this example because I work in the Inter-American Development Bank, and one of the areas we manage is corporate security. To enter the bank, you need to swipe your badge, and there is a facial recognition system at the moment. Eventually, we would not be able to use our badge anymore, just with the facial recognition, it pretty much opens the door. So it cuts costs on a lot of security guards to watch who has permits to enter the building. And it's very automated because we have a lot of vendors, and there are credential systems that as soon as it expires, the facial recognition takes out all of the access from you to the bank. Even when some people probably don't see all the behind the scenes of that, I'm able to go down to, we have kind of like a security 9/11 screens that I see where all the people are in the bank. So I can see, for example, if Mateo was one of our employees, I can see exactly where he went. And if he had any problem, the cameras can locate him in seconds to see if he had some eventuality with anything related to security. And this is communicated throughout our country representations as well. So I'm able to manage what's happening in Ecuador from headquarters through this system. So it just provides more security and it's faster. I can have more capacity not only to employees but extend to vendors. And I do see that that will probably lead to more positive features over the future.
Yeah, and it's a great example on the security side. My background is security, so I love that you brought that example up because we know that there's people, you call it tailgating, if one person opens the door and a couple people slip through, or when you're talking about access cards where, you say, oh, here, you forgot your access card, use mine today. And it's not, facial recognition, biometrics gets you closer to the security that you think you have, right? And so it's a great example. Other reactions, other thoughts? Yes, up here. I think we have that.
Well, I think that facial recognition in particular is a very sensitive subject because on one hand, it brings more security, and for example, I work in Congress in Chile, and biometrics are used to check if congressmen and women are in their positions, in their seats during discussions, so people can see and be very transparent about who is actually during the sessions in Congress. And at the moment that they step out, the system shows in the online transmission when a congressman or woman leaves the session. But for example, in places where that level of security is not required, I don't think that is very justified. I think that, for example, in case of journalists, when journalists work with sources and they record information in their phones, for example, one thing that we learned very, I was a journalist previously, and that we learned very early is that we don't use facial recognition in our phones because if you are, for example, made to comply with I don't know, a prosecutor that asks you to reveal your source, you have the right to not reveal your password, but you cannot deny to show your face to them, so they can put your phone in front of you. So in countries where democracy is an ongoing issue, that discussion takes another level. It's different. For example, in the World Bank, it's completely justified, probably in Congress too, but not in case of, for example, reporters and when they enter their own buildings in media, or when justice asks them to unlock their phones, for example.
That's a great example. Any other thoughts on this? Yes.
I feel like essentially it's a security versus convenience argument. There are instances that I think the use of this facial recognition technology is justified. But like what you said just now on phones, with iPhone and all that, this biometric thing, is it securely stored? Is it necessary? Are there any other alternatives? Is the impact of that as important and as justified as, let's say, the migraciones, the immigration using it to identify criminals, potentially, isn't that? So I think it's something that requires wide level discussion in the society of is it the best security use case? Are there vulnerabilities? If they are, and we still decide as a society that this is the go-to solution, what are the ways to mitigate that? I think we often talk about facial recognition technology without emphasizing much more on the mitigation part. Like what if it's hacked and then it's used to scam other people, online scams and all that. So are there any solutions for the facial technology companies that produce it? What is the kind of cybersecurity software they use? Is there a standard for it? Is there regulation for that? And how safe is the sensitive data with that? The answer is we don't know most of the time. And I think that's problematic itself. But with the immigration, with the government, at least I think there are more due diligence because they are ultimately answerable to the people. But with private companies like Apple and Google and Microsoft, it's unclear. We don't even know what kind of cybersecurity levels they are on right now. Is it updated? Is it as good as the hackers? We don't know.
And this is also I think a really interesting example, and it shows the contrast between precautionary principle and innovation principle. And when we think about it, you can basically ask this question about which type of harm are you more willing to accept? Are you willing to accept the harm of people, reporters, for example, being having their data unlocked, or people maybe having more tracking of what they're doing? And you might think about those different risks and how you want to mitigate that by restricting facial recognition deployments in certain areas, maybe regulating the companies that collect the data. I think it's a very hard challenge, especially when we're talking about the fact that so many faces are on the internet. We can do reverse image searches. It's not actually that hard to do facial recognition. This isn't advanced technology anymore, so actually putting that genie back in the box is really difficult. But thinking about those types of risks. But then you also, the innovation principle would say, well, what are the risks of not having this technology widely deployed? And that's really the question you have to ask with each of these areas. What's the risk of not having that? I think that's it's not the question we typically ask when we hear about a new idea. When we hear about a new idea or new technology, we think about the ways that things might go wrong. We don't think about, in the absence of this innovation working, what are we losing? And so that's where there's the potential. In this case, facial recognition is usually safety and security type issues. But if there's a terrorist attack and we need to find someone quickly, what if there's somebody who has had a medical incident and we need to track where they are in the building? What if there's somebody forgets their password, they need to unlock it, and so they can actually use their face instead of what they've forgotten. There's all these kind of alternatives, and it's hard to just kind of weigh those, because those are also, before the technology exists, those are potential. You know they could be, but it's harder to measure. It's what hasn't happened. And then there's the AI will tell us all the term. Skynet, exactly. And so again, lots of policies, and we've seen actual policies around this idea. I mean, we've seen this idea that we need to have kill switches on chips. This was in a California bill, for example, in the United States. We've seen, some of the export controls, even from the United States, are really around this idea that AI might get out of control and we need to be able to shut it down remotely. All right, but so where I kind of want to leave us, and I'll wrap this part up in a moment, is if you look at it from the innovation principles, it's not that this is a regulator, don't regulate, or have policy, don't have policy. I think people look at it from the innovation principle. They also have lots of policy issues they care about. They're just different ones. So, one is, AI can threaten national security. So this is, generally people are concerned about, the geopolitical consequences of one country being ahead of others or certain regions. It'll undermine economic competitiveness. When we think about AI adoption, how it's transformational for so many use cases, this is a disruptive event where we can see, industries and sectors that are, dominant in one country falling behind if they don't adopt as quickly. Then it can be unsafe, right? That the technology itself, you talk about autonomous vehicles, for example, crashing, that we want to make sure that the technology is deployed in a safe way, that it can be misused. The technology is dual use, so it has all these other purposes. As you had said earlier, it can be a knife, or a knife can be used in positive or harmful ways. Then we might fail to realize the societal benefits. So, all of these opportunity costs that come up there. And then the benefits won't be distributed equally. Again, something that I think is top of mind for people who think that the purpose should be to accelerate this, but they really worry that, will everyone actually benefit? And I think that comes up quite a bit. So again, different policies for each of these. I'm not going to kind of go through all of them. But I did want to maybe pause on one of these around, for example, AI being misused. And again, kind of open it up and hear, what are your thoughts in terms of the right types of responses to this concern, particularly around deep fakes being used in elections. This is something where we've seen it already used. There's kind of questions about the extent to which it might impact election results. But I know every country has had different experiences with this. And there's also gradations here, right? You can have deep fakes that are maybe not harmless, but the candidate themselves created a deep fake of themselves because they wanted to maybe make themselves look better than they otherwise would, right? I mean, and again, there's gradations of this. Most people posting on Instagram use a filter, a beauty filter, so they look better. That's not maybe a deep fake, but it's a fake. It's a fake image, right? They might use it to look like they were somewhere they didn't actually campaign. Maybe look like they were more present in communities. There's all sorts of gradations of this. So again, we'd love to hear thoughts on both the extent to which you think this is an issue and can and should be addressed, and how you think it might be addressed. Please, pass to the back. And I think we have one coming from... Yeah.
Yo lo voy a decir en español. Bueno, soy Adriana y vengo de Bolivia. Muchos saben que me ha impresionado bastante las opiniones que están dando muchas personas al momento de decir cómo están utilizando la inteligencia artificial hasta para saber si los diplomáticos están en sus puestos de trabajo. En Bolivia literalmente a veces se duermen, ¿no? Entonces, en serio, no es chiste. Por eso me impresiona bastante cómo usted menciona de que muchos países nos quedamos atrás por no utilizar o no saber utilizar bien la parte de tecnología. Yo siento que Bolivia es así y recién está despertando, ¿no? Entonces, de aquí a unos 3, 5 años, recién lo que ustedes están viendo, nosotros vamos a ver, ¿no? Entonces, justo lo que planteaba de si es un problema o no, depende del uso, porque todo puede ser bueno o mal, ¿no? Dependiendo de qué es lo que queremos mostrar en nuestro propósito. ¿Por qué? Yo les voy a dar un pequeño ejemplo. Yo soy violinista, aparte de ingeniera. ¿Cuál es el problema de la inteligencia artificial según nosotros? Que les da mayores facilidades a las personas que no saben nada de música, pero quieren empezar a introducirse en el mundo artístico. Les da bastantes herramientas. No sabes leer partituras, no sabes cantar, ok, inteligencia artificial, no sé componer, listo, inteligencia artificial me dan un prompt, listo, tengo los créditos y empiezo a crear música. Y ya, no me puedo llamar artista porque un artista netamente se ofende cuando le dicen que lo han sacado de internet, y mientras que los músicos estudian 12 años, ¿no? Es un poquito complicado, ¿no? Pero, y esto es algo que ha agarrado demasiado, es una herramienta, ¿no? Las personas tenemos que agarrar todas las cosas que hay en el medio, y ya depende de nosotros y de nuestros valores si es bueno o malo, dependiendo de nuestro enfoque. Ahora, la parte de si es bueno lo de las fake news es bastante gracioso y entretenido cuando vemos a algún presidente bailar, ¿no? Pero también tenemos que ver qué tipo de público, a qué estamos apuntando, ¿no? ¿Por qué? Tranquilamente, si yo lo quisiera utilizar para el mal, puedo agarrar la cara de un chico bastante simpático y empezar a reclutar niñas de 12 años para hacer el mal. O podría empezar a hacer contenido, pero que no quiero mostrar mi cara porque soy tímida, y digamos pongo la imagen de alguien random porque la inteligencia artificial tiene muchos datos ahí guardados, ¿no? Entonces donde el rostro y empiezo a crear mi contenido. No lo veo tanto como un problema, sino que tenemos que saber cómo utilizarlo, y lo que tenemos que implementar es mayor educación para cómo limitar esto y que no cause daño, ¿no? Que no sobrepase los límites. No, eso es más que todo.
Gracias. Anyone else? Yes, right behind you.
I think this is really about our trust ecosystem, and I sometimes wonder, initially we were sort of hesitant about the Photoshops, but now we kind of learn how to spot a Photoshop, right? And that there might be a time we might be like, okay, we can tell this is AI generated. But I think eventually what happens is it's not that we're able to spot what's fake. I think it undermines our ability to trust something when it is not. A couple of weeks ago, I think it was President Trump, there was a photo of him circulating, him is dressed as the Pope. When I first saw it, I thought this is fake. It is AI generated, true, right? But it just sort of made me question the source of it. I didn't know he was the source of it. So when you see something truthful, then you don't trust it. I think that's just generally sort of undermines the trust factor in the information ecosystem, which is so essential for democracies. We need to be able to trust the news that we're getting. And secondly, I think with the deepfakes or AI-generated images, the solution is pretty simple. I think there's a watermark. If the companies have to come up with a way that if something is AI-generated, then have a little watermark. With that, the innovation is already out there. It doesn't stop the innovation. It's just an extra little step that the countries have to take in order to help build the trust system in our information ecosystem.
Yeah, thank you. I actually did a paper on watermarks that would love to share and discuss with anyone who finds it of interest. But one of the interesting things with watermarks that we've seen is that it's really hard to do them so that they are, that you can manipulate an image and they don't disappear, right? And so the challenge, and because I really agree with what you said about, in particular, the idea of how do we create more trust in the digital ecosystem, because that's the most important thing we can do. And this is where I say, I go back to that principle, for example, of AI myopia, where I say, wait a second, why are we just trying to fix this around AI and AI-generated deepfakes? We don't trust other information too, and there's lots of fake news out there. There's lots of manipulation of photos and images and video that doesn't come from AI, but we still want to know where it came from. And so, there's a number of initiatives like the Content Authenticity Initiative that's about creating digital provenance. So you can see where something came from. So precisely, it doesn't mean that you trust it, it just means you can have some assurance that you know where it came from. And conversely, if something is missing that information, that's also a signal to you that maybe you shouldn't trust this. And so it's a way of kind of flipping the information environment, flipping how we think about these challenges. Because it's kind of like right now, if there are counterfeit artists, right, that put out counterfeit paintings. It would be great if we could have a law that says if you're a counterfeit painter, you have to put a watermark that says this is a counterfeit. If they would do that, that would be perfect. But instead what we do is we talk about certificates of authenticity that go next to real information and real art, right? And so the question is, can we kind of flip that again with information that's being produced? So if we take a photo in this room, it will have a digital signature that says this came from this person's camera, and then when I upload it to social media, you can see where it came from, and if it's published somewhere else, you can see who the publisher was. But also, if somebody edits it, you can see, okay, they edited it. Maybe that was fine that they edited. Maybe they just did a filter. Maybe they added something to it, and that's fine. So I think there's lots of really interesting ways that we can talk about engaging. Again, it's such a kind of simple problem, where it starts simple, do we want to ban this or not? And then as you mentioned, we start talking about, well, the trust environment, and we start thinking about, yes, how it's being used for good and bad. And so there's so many things to it. And yes, I think you had a comment. Please. Oh.
I want to comment too.
Yes.
Sorry about that. And I will pass the microphone. But for me, I agree, the fakes are impacting in some ways in the democracy processes. And we have interesting, cases such as the Slovakia one, for example. But for me, the biggest impact and my biggest concern is around deepfake being used for creating non-consensual intimate material. And that's the biggest concern here. 98% of deepfakes is being used for that. So for me, we should do something about it.
100% agree. I'm really glad you brought that up, because that's actually one of the US's only laws now on AI. It was just recently passed the Take It Down Act, specifically on that issue. And it's interesting, we had two in the United States congressional committees on the Senate, on the House side, spend over a year putting together, bringing together panels, discussing what policy options were. This is the only thing they all agreed on. Everything. But it's also so obvious that it should be done, and it's targeted, it's specific, and I hope every country does it. Thank you. And Cici. Did you have to go first?
Es rápido, solo porque es un poco en relación a lo que comentaba Dani. En este caso de contenido íntimo, sí es muy peligroso y los países no están tomando, en el caso de México, que voy a poner, por ejemplo, Latinoamérica, es muy difícil que las regulaciones o que las normas estén realmente diseñadas. En el caso de México se pasó algo que se llama la ley Olimpia, pero fue porque hubo una activista que había sido afectada, hizo mucho lobby y al final de cuentas también la ley tampoco es la más exacta y en muchos componentes es contraproducente, ¿no? Eso es por un lado. Entonces tampoco es que los gobiernos en países como en Latinoamérica tomen la iniciativa para atender estos problemas que es obvio que deberían atenderse desde un principio, ¿no? No tendría por qué venir una activista que ya fue vulnerada a hacer un lobbying de 3 años para que esto sucediera. En segundo lugar, el problema que existe además, ya cuando nos metemos a un proceso judicial en el contexto digital, de identificar quién lo hizo, cómo lo hizo, por qué plataforma, empezamos solamente, por ejemplo, con la prueba judicial cibernética, ¿no? Y los procesos que las personas a cargo, en las fiscalías, los abogados, hay tanta desinformación, hay tanta poca capacidad para inclusive tener cuáles son los procesos legales de las pruebas judiciales que se pueden aportar o no. En el caso de México, donde hubo este último caso de unas chicas que fueron vulneradas en su intimidad digital, quienes recogieron la prueba apagaron las computadoras. Y después, obviamente, algunos casos fueron desechados porque ya no había pruebas, porque Entonces ni siquiera hay un proceso legal o judicial o que los jueces sepan, los ministerios públicos en el caso de México sepan cómo llevar todo ese proceso. Entonces es un reto muy fuerte, no solamente en establecer una norma o una ley, es una educación en todos los sistemas de gobierno.
Right. As part of, it's a new part of digital literacy and AI literacy right in the schools, that are these being taught, and do people understand the impact? Because right now they don't, and again, to an earlier comment about, there's this new generation that's having to learn this. That's, we have to identify those gaps. Absolutely.
Just a final thought on the deepfakes, because I think we've always received misinformation. Like, since Wikipedia was open to everybody to edit, like, you still kind of go back to the source and wonder if this is real. Is this information actually accurate? So it's not that AI brought all of this, like, knowledge or kind of more fake news. It's just like people are getting more of their critical thinking acumen activated by AI, because now I pass through AI if a document is fake or if the news is up to date.
Yeah.
So I use AI to also see if AI made it fake. So at the end of the day, it's helping you dismanify or like take it away that it's gonna be fake or not. So, and I like that she brought the Trump example, because for me, immediately I can already gather the idea that this is a fake picture, of course, because of the amount of images that are being out there. But then it makes me kind of thinking, okay, what is this person trying to do with this? So it's just the critical thinking activator of the human. You will not take it away.
Right. Just a final thing on that. I used to work in an informed vote initiative in Ecuador, and one of our major challenges is how can we counterattack the thing of like fake news and everything. And obviously it has been like always there. Like you always have the WhatsApp thing that someone sends you, and like you can just share it. And I think it's about like dual responsibilities, not only regulation but also like digital literacy. How can we actually teach people that we may reach a point in which we cannot recognize it, and like you can have the tools and everything, but not everybody has the tools. So it's a lot about personal responsibility, in the sense that like how can we get the message out there that deep fakes and fake news are going to be all over the place, and it's going to happen because people want to change the discourse. But it's all about like how as civil society can we promote spaces where we can talk about it and like actually democratize the access to information and the topics like this, that you don't have to believe everything that your abuelita sends you in WhatsApp.
Yeah.
So yeah, just wanted to highlight that, because I think we can talk a lot about regulation, but if we don't regulate ourselves, it's not going to happen anything.
That's a great point. So I'll just move to the last slides here. So again, kind of the key questions that I think you can ask about each AI concern. Is the concern legitimate? Is a regulatory response necessary? And is the problem about AI specifically or something more generally? And so you kind of end up with this framework of AI specific regulation, and then you have kind of general regulation. So thinking about, do you have a privacy law, a general data protection law, or do you have an AI specific privacy law? And then there's the question, this other axis, do you have regulation, do you have a non-regulatory policy? So non-regulatory policies like, creating standards, investing in this area, R&D, doing worker training or education. And again, you can have AI-specific non-regulatory policy, and you can have general, non-regulatory policy. And so, thinking, when you want a response, which kind of part of the framework this goes in, and of course, sometimes, the answer is no policy. And no policy might be no policy now, but policy later could be kind of a wait and see, or it could be no policy as just the actual response. And we did a whole paper on this, so if you're interested, it's freely available, but it has this framework. It goes through, I think, we go through 28 different policies and kind of try and categorize where we think they fall in, whether it's, which of the quadrants it falls under, and why. So happy to hear any feedback if people have thoughts of that. Of course, all the ones we don't think need new policies. Key takeaways, we've already covered most of this. I don't want to belabor the point. The one I think is the most interesting is this third one. Prioritize closing the data divide to maximize benefits. This is something that I've been working on since I created the Center for Data Innovation. Early on, this was 12 years ago, before people were even talking about AI. I mean, our fundamental argument was that if we want everyone to benefit from the data economy, from data analytics, from the Internet of Things, from AI, from machine learning, we have to have data about individuals and communities. If people don't have data about them, if they're not in the data sets, they're not going to be able to benefit from the technology. They're basically invisible in this new economy, new world. And so, for many people, the biggest concern around data was that too much data was being collected about them, the privacy concern. But our point was that in the future, the biggest concern is that not enough data is going to be collected about people. We don't really have a lot of policies that think about how do we close the data divide. We have policies that think about how we close the digital divide, get access to computers, get access to the internet. We don't have a lot of policies that are focused on how we close the data divide. We have a couple of programs in the UN and other places, but we need to be doing a lot more of that in terms of collecting data, allowing data sharing, and allowing people to contribute and donate data. So if I was going to kind of lead with one point, it would be that one. The other one is around AI safety being a global issue. When we talk about where all countries can work together on, it's definitely around AI safety. Every country is competing in terms of AI adoption, so there's sometimes less coordination there than we would want. But we can't solve AI safety unless we're all working together, even across countries that are not allies. One of the things I work on is how can the West and China work together around AI safety, because this is an area that even if we're competing strategically on AI, it doesn't matter if one of us solves AI safety if the other one's not benefiting from that. So how can we have more partnerships in that area as well? Great, so I think that's it. I just wanted to leave on I think another one, maybe not. Oh, all right, well then we'll end there. But thank you so much for your time and conversation today.